I have the public announcement to read for the budget hearing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 32, the Lowell City Council will hold a public hearing for consideration of the city manager's proposed fiscal 2008 City of Lowell budget. In accordance with City Council Rule 26A, a public hearing on the annual budget is being held as previously stated. At this budget hearing, citizens and employees of the city shall have the opportunity to speak for not more than 5 minutes at the commencement of the hearing or on the entire budget and on any specific items therein. In addition, or in the alternative, said citizens and employees shall have the opportunity to speak prior to consideration by the City Council of the particular portion of the budget concerning one or more of the various departments, but each person shall speak not more than 5 times and for not more than 3 minutes each time. Individual speakers shall not be permitted to assign their allotted time to another individual. Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilor Caulfield.
Here.
Councilor Donahue.
Here.
Councilor Elliott.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
Here.
Councilor Armand Mercia.
Here.
Councilor Rita Mercia.
Here.
Councilor Milanazzo.
Here.
Councilor Ramirez.
Here.
Councilor Broderick.
Here.
9 present.
9 present. We'll now recognize the city manager to make his presentation, formally present the 2008 City of Lowell fiscal year budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This represents my first official budget for the City of Lowell, and it has been a difficult budget to put together for a variety of reasons that I will outline. But at the outset, let me thank the department heads and all those that assisted in compiling the information and preparing the information that you have before you. I have a very brief PowerPoint presentation that I've provided each of the councilors with so that you could follow along. But let me just walk you through the thought process that we went through in developing this budget. Whoops. First off, I always think it's important when you're reviewing a budget to look at where you've been. And in a few of these areas, I've gone back some period of time, but in particular, I think it's important and notable that we look at where we are in this current fiscal year, particularly as it relates to where the City Council was back last June when you passed a budget that would retain services and would guide the city forward during the fiscal year. The issues that we came across and we worked together on as a council and administration had these issues that we had to grapple with. The first was there was some revenues that were miscalculated, that we had hopes that certain revenues would come in or be available, but in fact when push came to shove during the review of that data in the late summer, early fall, it was very clear to us that we were going to be $6 million behind where we thought we were going to be. The biggest area there was free cash, where we had hoped to have $3.5 million. That turns out, and I don't want to dwell on this too much, but it turned out that instead of the $3.5 million, we only had we had a negative $2.2 million. We had some other areas in miscellaneous receipts and available funds that, in fact, were projections that were not achievable. So that was one problem we had. The other area was in costs not covered, that there were, in particular, a snow and ice deficit from the prior fiscal year of about $1.25 million that we had not made allowance for within the budget, and that needed to be covered when we filed the necessary paperwork with the state to ensure that we had a balanced budget. We also had energy costs in fiscal year '06 that could not be paid, and those bills were simply rolled over into fiscal year '07, which produced about a $750,000 problem in fiscal year '07 that we had to make up. On the positive side, we were able to identify through very diligent efforts of our assessor's office additional new growth of roughly $750,000, $800,000, and we also were able to receive payment on a payment in lieu of taxes that was due to the city that allowed us to increase our miscellaneous receipts number by about $500,000, all told about $1.3 million. So that certainly helped the situation that we were facing. But it still left us with a total budget shortfall that needed to be accommodated of some $6.7 million. And that's what we were dealing with last December when we were finalizing the '07 budget. The steps we took to balance the '07 budget, we made budget cuts, net budget cuts of $1 million. Actually made budget cuts beyond that, but keep in mind that we did have the costs that needed to be covered, so we actually had to increase some of the line items while simultaneously decreasing other line items. We were able to realize about $1 million in new fees coming into the city for the 7 months that we had remaining in the fiscal year. That helped us. And then we had little choice but to increase taxes at that point and retain the services at the proposed and provided level. That tax increase was about $4.7 million. That was our last resort, but we really didn't have much choice at that particular time. In doing so, we rejected a number of steps to balance the '07 budget that we just couldn't and wouldn't find acceptable. The first was increasing the taxes by the $6.7 million, and I think there was overall broad consensus, unanimous opinion that we didn't want to increase taxes to that level. So that if we had moved forward with the budget that the City Council had approved in June without these other changes, we would have had no choice but to increase taxes by $6.7 million. I heard loud and clear from the Council, and I supported doing whatever we could to avoid having to go up in taxes by that amount. Another option that we had certainly was layoffs, reducing services. To make up that kind of dollar figure within a 6-month period, we would have had to have layoffs of some 250 to 300 employees. Clearly would have decimated the services of the city. I did take the step back in at that time to hold the school department harmless. I did not make a cut in the school department budget because it was simply too late in the school year to make any type of cut that would have certainly a detrimental impact upon the educational system of the city. So we didn't have layoffs, and we didn't have any type of reduction at all in the school department budget. That was certainly a priority that we had. The other option that's always available, or often available to a community, and I think the city has done this certainly over time, and it has been the source of some problems, I think, for where we are today, but certainly understandable, is tapping reserves. Unfortunately, as I said earlier, the city had a negative free cash picture of $2.2 million. There weren't any reserves to tap. So that option, I state here, was rejected, but it really wasn't even available to us. Since we did that back in December, I think we have made substantial progress, and I just think it's important that many of these we've talked about in the council meetings. I think it's important to recognize these. The first is that Moody's Investor Services has continued to review us. We had a meeting with them just a couple of months ago, and they looked at our negative free cash picture, which obviously would have been a concern at any normal time. But they were very impressed with the actions taken by the council and taken by the city administration to set the ship straight and move us forward in the appropriate direction with things like fiscal planning, financial policies, a recognition that we needed to have recurring revenue to pay for recurring costs, and they were very pleased with those actions. Likewise, the Department of Revenue, there was just a meeting of the Finance Subcommittee just last week that was reported out to the City Council. The Department of Revenue came in, they reviewed our financial operations, and they identified a number of weaknesses. But I think if you read the report, you'll also note that they made a number of very positive comments regarding the progress that's already been made since last August in dealing with a number of the issues and dealing with our overall financial management systems and financial management in general. So that's certainly a positive for us. And then the third area I just want to touch upon is we have gone out and we have tried to make an effort to increase revenues and increase savings, reduce costs. The first, in just running through these very quickly, we did increase the parking contract with Middlesex Community College of some $225,000 to $250,000. We did, as you know, and it was somewhat controversial, we did put the tow contracts out to bid. We did bring in we are projecting another $200,000 from those tow contracts. We did sign contracts working with Assistant Manager McCarthy. We did work to sign some new contracts for our electricity and natural gas, and we are projecting out that savings there is some $250,000. We did remove appointed board and commission members from our health insurance program, saving the city about $300,000. And we did, as I said earlier, in trying to balance the '07 budget, we did make certain fee adjustments, which provided us with about $1 million for '07, but on an annualized basis, a full 12 months, it will provide us with about $1.5 million based upon the projections that we have. Which brings us to fiscal year '08. And I think there are two areas I want to focus on right at the outset of this, and the first is the format. The format is different than the City Council has ever received before, from my understanding. And talking to people that have been involved with city government for some time, there are two main areas there. The first is an organization. Prior city budgets have been organized simply by alphabetically by department. May seem like a small thing, but I think it's important when you look at the finances of the city and when you look at the organization of the city that you do it in a rational manner. And the most rational way of organizing your budget is doing it the way we actually account for the money, so that the accounting numbers tie in with the actual budget numbers. And that means that what we've done is organized it according to the Uniform Municipal Accounting System. May seem like a small thing to people, but it does add to the comprehensive nature of the budget and does make it very easy for the financial team to analyze how we're spending money. Second organization change that's been made, and it will reflect itself in the motion or the budget vote that you have before you tonight, is its consolidated line items. And this was a recommendation, something I had spoken of with the council on several occasions, but the Department of Revenue was very firm on this, that they felt that this would provide more flexibility in the way the departments are managed, and really put the burden on the department heads to ensure that they were managing the resources that were made available to them. And so we've consolidated all of the various line items into the four statutory categories of personnel expenses, ordinary expenses, outlay, and capital. So that's in there as well. Then in terms of financial information, I made a pledge to the City Council and to the city as a whole that we were going to provide information on a regular basis as to the city's conditions, and that it would be a very transparent organization. We were going to provide you with the data that we had so that you, as a City Council, as decision makers, would be able to understand how we got to the recommendations we're making, and the public as a whole would understand what city government does and how their tax dollars are being spent. So we provided a tremendous amount of information within the budget that you have before you. We've done a long and short-term analysis of the city's finances. We've done a historical and peer comparisons. We've looked at what's happened in the city as a whole, but also looked at us compared to similar communities. And we provided not just numbers, we provided narrative that gives you a sense of what the departments do, what their missions are, what their goals are, and what the issues that they're facing as they move forward. And I think that gives a much better understanding for you as I say, for decision makers, but also for the public. Second category is in substance. And these are just general themes that I think are significant. The first is that this budget is very much revenue driven. We don't determine how much we want to spend and find revenues to back it up. We determine how much we have for revenue and then work from there to say what we can afford. So it's revenue driven. It has realistic projections of revenues, which is notable, I think, given the experience that the city went through last year. And I understand why that happened, but it's important moving forward that we have very realistic ideas of how much money we're going to receive from the various revenue sources that we are looking at. Also, the budget has, when there are actual funds on hand, when we talk about available funds that can be put towards the budget, there are actual funds on hand. This has been cleared with the auditor's office before we put this budget together as to how much we had that could be moved out and into the budget. Third principle, and I've spoken about this on a regular basis, recurring revenue for recurring costs. I can't stress that enough. To do otherwise is really to set the city up for long-term problems and long-term failures. And that is that you need to be able to eliminate any risk of a structural deficit. You have to have the revenue to cover your costs. And then lastly, in terms of the revenue, we've limited what the tax increase is going to be. This isn't a case where we have, again, come in and put a budget out and said, okay, whatever the gap is, we'll fill with taxes. We've put a limit on how much we're going to raise taxes. It's more than some people want, but it's also resulted in a reduction in certain service areas. But we think it's important that the citizens of the city know that we are doing our best to hold the line in terms of their taxes. And I'll spend a few more minutes on that in a couple of minutes. The other part of the substance is that expenditures follow revenue. The first thing we have to pay for as a city is fixed costs. And those fixed costs are debt service. The city borrows money to pay for certain capital projects and has through the years. Those have to be paid for, so we have to cover those first. We also have certain fixed costs like pensions for our employees. Our employees depend upon the viability of that pension system, and we're required by law to fund that. And so we make sure that that money's there. Likewise, health insurance costs for our employees. We have certain requirements there based upon the collective bargaining agreements that we have in place and the statutes. So those fixed costs right off the top. Then we go into required spending. What obligations do we have? For example, in the fire department, we received a grant several years ago that said we would keep our funding at a certain level, our staffing at a certain level. That really limited what we could do in terms of the fire department budget in terms of staffing. So that's a required category. We can do other things within that budget perhaps, but we know we have to fund that number of firefighters. And then lastly, prioritize spending. And certainly one area of prioritized spending that I heard loud and clear from the City Council, and certainly I know myself from the operations of the city, is public safety, in particular the police. We need to have police officers out on the street, and we need to have them properly trained, and we need to be prepared to utilize them when the situations demand it. So that becomes a prioritized spending. And it goes on from there. Obviously, there are other areas of city government that have to be funded and in order for us to maintain the quality of life in the city. The revenue highlights. Again, it's revenue driven, so we have to start first with the revenue highlights. The first is bad news. Actually, it's pretty much all bad news in revenue highlights. The first is a loss of school building assistance. The city has been very fortunate over the last number of years, and Councilor Caulfield mentioned earlier about the $270 million of school construction that we've done in this city, and we've received 90% reimbursement on that. So that's very good news for us. Unfortunately, when the state has been providing us with that financial assistance, they've been doing most of it based upon assumptions that we provided for them back in the 1990s as to how much we were going to pay in interest costs, because they used to fund interest costs. We caught a break during the 1990s. I think we all are aware of this, that interest rates went down. And so we were paying less for interest and less on debt than we thought we were going to do when we gave the state those projections when the applications were first filed. That's the largest issue that we have in the school building assistance, because lo and behold, sooner or later, they have to do an audit. And when they did that audit, they learned that the city had, in fact, paid less out in interest. That debt is still there. We still have to make those debt service payments. But what they have said to us is, we overpaid you, we're not going to pay you at that rate in the future, and in fact, we have to recapture what we had overpaid you. So we see a dramatic decrease in our school building assistance at that $3.2 million. We don't have anything in reserves to draw upon, and I have a philosophy certainly that I've spoken of to the City Council, but even if we didn't want to follow that philosophy of not using free cash to fund the budget, we couldn't if we wanted to, because we have a negative $2.2 million. We can't draw upon that. Third is property taxes, and I've already spoken to that. We've put a limit on the tax increase. We think that tax increase should only go up 2.5%. That's sort of a rule of thumb. And obviously you can play around the edges of that a little bit, but that's the basis behind the state's property tax law, Proposition 2.5, and it's what we used as a guide moving us forward. We did have average new growth of about $1.75 million, and certainly we have the pressure on the assessor's office to make sure that, in fact, we're able to track that down. But it is going to be a challenge because there just isn't a lot of new construction going on throughout the city. This gives you some sense of the importance of collecting taxes. What I've done here on the graph that you see, the green represents the state average increase per year in the single-family home tax bill. You can see in fiscal year 03, the state was just under $200, and the city was almost nothing. We were able to hold the single-family tax level pretty low, the increase. 2004, once again, the state went up. City of Lowell went up a little, went up about roughly $40. But then you look in 2005 and how we went up considerably. We went up over about $260, while the state only went up about $180. So, we started to hit the taxpayers here in the city a little bit harder. In 2006, we didn't go up quite as much as the state. 2007, just the opposite. We went up about the amount that we didn't go up the year before. All told, those average out to be about 6% increase in people's property taxes, which frankly is a little higher than it should be if you go back 5 years based upon the numbers that we've seen. The other line that you see there that drops down starts, at about, looking to the information on the right, at about $27 million, $28 million, represents the financial reserves of the city. And you can see, in fact, how the city has funded services over the last number of years. We started with roughly $25 million in combined free cash and excess levy capacity. We're now down in 2007 to just under $5 million of excess levy capacity. That's affected by our negative $2.2 million, so it's about $3 million. But you can see that we were up about 28, and we've essentially blown through that money. Understandable why we did that, in order to maintain services, in order to hold property taxes down. But sooner or later, there's a day of reckoning when this happens, unless the economy turns. And the economy, unfortunately, in Massachusetts, certainly, one could argue even nationally, has not turned enough for local governments. So here in the city of Lowell, we have a particular problem here. I do show there 2008, that 2.5% increase, which is about $60 some odd for the average homeowner. We don't have any state numbers yet, obviously. The expenditure highlights, one is a general comment that just our cost estimates themselves, things like energy, are very realistic and accurate. We want to avoid the problem that we encountered last year and we're encountering as we go through the budget this year, that we just don't have a real handle on those costs. So we've put together what we believe is very realistic, very accurate cost estimates. So we're not faced in December with the fact that we have to come back and somehow find money or go back to the taxpayers for additional money. I said earlier it was important for us as a priority to retain public safety staffing. We had to do it in the fire department to a large extent because of the grant money that we received, that if we had not retained that staffing level, we would have had to repay that money to the federal government. But in the police department, it was essential that we retain the same number of officers on the street, which is still 20 below where we were several years ago. So it's, as we encounter, certainly issues of public safety here and crime, we need to make sure that we have enough police officers out there. We do include in the FY08 budget new debt service. We have two projects that we had to borrow for: the bridge property, the church at the end of Merrimack Street that we did buy for about $1 million. We also have the Butler School architect. This was an issue we talked about when we discussed the school projects just a few weeks ago, that with us not moving forward on that project, the state will not reimburse us for this cost, so therefore we have to assume this cost now. And that debt service is included. It does, much to my dismay, and I had an opportunity to meet today with some of the union representatives, it does include some staff reductions. We are trying to work out some ways around that. There are a couple of different things we're looking at. But we're involved in impact bargaining with a number of the unions, but it does include staff reductions. And those are layoffs that we're really working with the union on. There are also positions that we're simply not moving forward to fill, that we've deemed to be, in this climate, unnecessary. And so we're not moving forward with those. And so that's certainly a highlight, if you will, but in very many respects a low light of this budget, that we've had to make those reductions. In the school budget, we did not, as I'm sure you have heard, and I'm sure some of you may be prepared to speak on, we did not fund the school department at the requested amount. we did try to show continued support. And I think some information I'm going to provide will illustrate that, and I think it's significant. As much as I don't like layoffs and staff reductions, I equally do not I'm not particularly fond of reducing a school budget. I think the schools, and I think the council has certainly indicated this in the past, and I know the school committee has, it's the belief that the school is essential, education is essential to the city's future. But we had to make some reductions, and the action we took last year in holding the school department harmless certainly is, I think, evidence of our willingness and our interest in supporting the schools. But just to give you just a few quick pictures here that sort of tell the story, this is a source of school funding. And I apologize if, for those of you that are watching this from the audience, that you may not be able to read this entirely. But the chart on the left, the pie chart on the left, shows you that in 2002, the school budget from city revenues represented about 11.5%. And the rest of the school budget came from the state, and it was about 88.3%. So the state at the time in 2002 really carried, to round up, about 90% of the school budget. In 2008, where we are now, the school budget that's provided from the city's revenues represents just under 19%. Not quite, but almost a doubling in terms of what we're providing as a city to our schools. And the school budget from state aid has dropped down to 81%. Now, certainly our delegation, Senator Pangiotakis, Representative Murphy, Nangle, and Golden have certainly done their part in trying to get us more Chapter 70 money. But this is a problem that's happening everywhere, and of course we took a very large cut, as did most communities back in 2003, 2004, with the governor's 9C cuts, and then his budget in 2004. But it shows you that the city is certainly paying, or absorbing a larger chunk of the overall school budget. Likewise, this gives you a sense of, in a little bit different form, from a percentage basis, how the green represents how the city's contribution has gone up over time. Starting in 2002, you can see it's risen up to a little bit over 40% growth by 2004, and that was in large part because the city stepped up when the state cut the Chapter 70 money. As you can see, the red line at the bottom actually drops that year. The city went up in the overall percentage of growth, leveled off for a period of time, and then grew again until this year, where we even grew in 2007 when the city faced that large budget problem. And this year there is a correction that's included within this. The black line is interesting too, and you'll see this in one more slide, because this growth has taken place while in fact enrollment has dropped from about 15,500 students that are in the Lowell Public Schools down to about 14,000 now, based on the information that we have. Likewise, this is just basically the same thing. The total school budget growth has gone from about $123 million in 2002, dropped down in 2004 because of a large decrease in Chapter 70 money, but then risen right back up to $135 million that is in the budget now, again, while the enrollment has in fact decreased. And then lastly, a comparison between the school department budget and the other city budgets. This is a local source funding for the school budget, shown in the green. As you can see, rising dramatically in 2005, and then again, recognition that given the fiscal constraints, it's dropped off a little bit in 2008. And then the red line represents local source funding for the city budget. So this excludes all of the state aid numbers that we receive for the city budget as a whole. But it does give you some sense of the city's contribution and commitment to public education. And I just think no matter what we go through in discussing this budget tonight, I think it's important to recognize the value that this city has placed upon its public education over the last several years. A couple of other expenditure highlights. The youth and recreation programs, we did include recreation programs and youth programs. We think it's important, particularly given the issues we're facing with the police department and crime issues, youth issues, that we put money towards those programs. So we have included that. We will be opening another pool this year. We think that's important We think it's small money for the amount of positive benefit that will be reaped throughout the city. We've also included essential capital needs. We've not ignored those. We have cut back in a number of areas, but the most blatant example of that is in our water treatment facility. I think it's $250,000 that is a jump up in the water department as a result of the need to install the necessary carbon filters so that we ensure that the drinking water for the city maintains the quality that it needs to be maintained at. The other highlight, though, is health insurance increases, and this is a problem that every community is facing, every organization is facing. In the case of Lowell, we've had to increase that by $2.1 million. So, if you look at that along with the revenue drop of $3.5 million and the health insurance of $2.1, that's really the budget growth right there is in terms of $5 million impact. We've had to go up about 15% in our health insurance this year. And just in one more slide that may illustrate this a little bit for you. What I've given you here is the maroon represents this Lowell rate increase over the last 4 years. The yellow represents the state. And the line represents the trust fund balance. And so you can see in 2005, despite our insurance consultant's request and recommendation that we increase it about 10%, we only went up 2%. It was good for the city budget. It was good for the employees. And while the state was going up at about 6%, we only went up 2%. Likewise, in June 2006, we only went up about 2%, 2.5%, while the state went up about 14%. 2007, 2%, 2.5%, while the state went up at about 13%. That's all been very positive for us in terms of our budget, in terms of our contributions from employees. But the line tells the other side of the story. The way we've done that is we've drawn down the fund balance within our insurance trust fund. We are now down into an area of about $1 million that's available to pay for claims that may come in. That is woefully inadequate. The Department of Revenue now has regulations that will prohibit them from approving this. So we've left with little choice this year but to increase that health insurance budget. That's also going to impact our employees, I regret to say, but we're going to have to increase those rates by about 15%. Which is less than what they originally proposed. They were talking 17 to 22%. But in talking with them, the insurance consultants and the Blue Cross representatives, we've determined that 15% is doable, a little riskier perhaps than we'd like, but it's still it's a much better, it's a correction certainly to where we've been the last couple of years, and unfortunately it does become necessary. This budget also includes some reorganization, restructuring. City Council asked me back several months ago to look at our organization and is it being truly effective. And it was a concern when I came on board that we needed to look at the way we're structured and organized so that we ensure that the delivery of services and how we manage the city and the money that the city taxpayers entrust to us, that it's being carried out in the most effective manner. Let me just talk about a couple of the key areas here. First off is Public Works. I think sometimes we ignore, and I had a discussion today again with one of the union representatives, and I stressed to him my belief that the area of Public Works is probably, certainly public safety is important, public education is important, but I don't think enough really credit is given to the Public Works employees and the Public Works organization for what they do to maintain the infrastructure of the city and ensure that the roads are safe, the parks are in the highest possible quality, the buildings are maintained as best they can. We have $685 million represented in those public works in the infrastructure of this city. It would be foolhardy of us to not maintain those in the most effective way that we can. The major issues that we're facing, and very frankly, I was hoping to have a number for you on here, but we can't even get a number. This is how bad things are for us. But I think we all know that the streets and sidewalks are in less than desirable condition throughout this city and throughout the neighborhoods. We had a study done back in 1999, but unfortunately it was never followed through to the point that it would tell us exactly what the extent or the fiscal extent of the repairs would be. So I can only have a question mark there, but we know that there's work needed. But I would venture to guess that the work that we need to do on our streets and sidewalks to ensure that the people that pay the bills have appropriate roads to drive on and sidewalks to walk on, I would guess that that's probably somewhere in about $100 million range. And that really is just a guess. We're in the middle of compiling that information now. In our buildings, I think anyone that's been anyone that's been in this building, as well as the others, knows that we have a tremendous issue here. And we had a subcommittee meeting just last week or 2 weeks ago where we discussed energy usage. We spend $9 million a year in energy in the city of Lowell to heat and provide electricity to our buildings. Just a 10% reduction in that would certainly provide us with close to $1 million that could be put towards other purposes, services, tax relief, other capital improvements. So I think we need to do more in that area. We have overdue maintenance. I had an opportunity when I first came on to go out and look at the fire stations of the city. The fire stations, many of them were built back in the 1880s and 1890s. I don't know if they've had much in the way of investment since then. Certainly there are a couple that have. The schools, we've invested, as Councilor Caulfield mentioned, $270 million in our schools over the last 15, 20 years. And a common complaint I hear from School Committeeman Leahy is we're not doing enough to invest in those schools to maintain those. We have to do more. We have to do better in terms of maintaining those buildings. And so that requires quite a bit of attention. Solid waste. It's a huge budget issue for us. We recycle 13% of our solid waste. That's woefully inadequate. We should be up at about a 25 to 30% range. City of Worcester, which is one of our counterparts, is recycling at 50%. Every percent reduction that we can make in the amount of trash that we generate represents a $58,000 savings to the city. We need to do what we can to get that number up. That's certainly a challenge that we have. We're doing a major combined sewer overflow drainage project throughout the city. We're also doing expect to do a major water project. Those should be coordinated. I think a pretty good job is being done, certainly by Mark Young and Dan Leahy in coordinating what they do, but we need to do a better job, I think, in that area to ensure that when we go in to do a road, we replace the water mains, replace the drainage pipes, and it's also coordinated with the efforts that are undertaken in terms of our streets. So that's something that needs our attention. And we also have an area Public Works is a large area. We need better management systems. We have to increase our efficiency and our effectiveness, and we should be able to measure what we do. And this is something that Assistant Manager McCarthy and I have talked about on our regular occasions, that we have to have better data, and we have to manage through measurement. And so that's an area of Public Works that I see as crucial. In our finance area, and this came right out of the Department of Revenue report, but clearly it's something that we've talked about repeatedly, that there needs to be better coordination. There needs to be a centralized finance operation in this city so that one hand knows what the other hand is doing. Again, it's taking place to some extent because of the staff that we have, but we need to improve that. And that requires a direct oversight by the Chief Financial Officer. That's something that hasn't always existed in the past. It now will take place, and I'm very optimistic that we can see some improvements there for increased coordination of what we do. We also have an issue that I spoke to this a long time ago, and it ties in again with what Assistant Manager McCarthy and I have talked about managing to measurement, is that we need to do better in terms of our citizen responsiveness and our performance, in monitoring our performance. We need increased accountability and measured performance of what we do. In doing so, we can then determine how our resources, how all of that $288 million or $305 million if you include the enterprise funds, how that's going to be allocated. So that's something that I think we need to spend some time on. Along those lines, we have to improve our communication equipment as well. Along those lines, I pulled this up. This is just something that's done in another community. It may seem, pretty simple, but it's very similar to what we do in the police department with our ComStat program. We track all of the data, and we meet as police management people on a regular basis to talk about where crimes are happening and how we should deploy our resources. Well, the same goes for the rest of our services. This particular information comes out of the city of Baltimore. Baltimore is a large city, but this same system is being put in place, has already been put in place in Somerville. It's being put in place in Amesbury, as well as in a number of other communities around Massachusetts, around the country. It's just gathering information from the departments and then translating that graphically into maps, but also into data. We need someone to be able to pull that information together for us. And the restructuring that I have proposed provides for that. Those are the areas that this budget includes. The future restructuring, I think we need to do something with public safety. We are in the advantageous position that we have a top-notch new fire chief. We will have a top-notch new police chief within a short period of time, and they have to have an opportunity to look at their organization, look at their systems. So I think we have some restructuring opportunities there to ensure that that's being addressed as fully as it can, and I think we're heading certainly in the right direction in both of those areas. We also have a tremendous amount of effort underway in the city government as well as in the nonprofit sector in community and human services, whether it be for our efforts to deal with the issue of homelessness, recreation, youth services, the growing elderly population, our veterans. I think we need a better job of coordinating what we do. So long term, I want to have some work done here so that, in fact, there is a central coordinating force that handles that. And then lastly, and this will be coming out of the cultural plan that the Lowell plan is working on, we need to do more in terms of our cultural development and our marketing effort to ensure that the city of Lowell remains at the forefront of the creative economy, and we continue to make Lowell a place that people want to come, work, and live. And that requires us getting that information out. So again, this is something more down the road that I think we need to look at, but this budget tries to at least cover some of that. This represents the existing organizational structure of the city of Lowell. It's very similar to the other Plan E form of governments from several years back. And I won't go into every little bit of detail there, but every single one of those lower blocks represent departments that work up to the city manager. I've been very fortunate to have Assistant Manager McCarthy working in a staff capacity to help coordinate what those do. But each one is a standalone entity that has to be worked through as an individual department. What I'm proposing is a new organizational structure that allows me to, as city manager, and allows us as a city administration to work and develop a management team approach that focuses on certain key areas: police, fire, public works, under the direction of one individual that can coordinate and direct that operation with line responsibilities. It also has a planning development arm that does the same things it does now, as well as the various some of the various enterprises and entertainment venues that we have to ensure that our efforts to move the city forward continue. It has a community service compilation, although there isn't a leader of that. At this particular point in time, I still need to try to work out how that would all take place. It puts an increased emphasis on our law department, and then lastly, in finance and administration, the various financial issues that we try to deal with in terms of coordination. Together, all of those people create that management team that I think is essential for the city in order to operate effectively. Up under the city manager, it does have some restructuring of the city manager's office, again, to address those issues of moves neighborhood services, so constituent issues become right out of the city manager's office, inspectional services, so that's overseen straight out of the city manager's office, because those are the issues that many of us see as important to the quality of life here in the city. And then also the public information arm is within that office as well. Beyond the restructuring, we also, and this really isn't, some of this is included within the budget, but this is more looking forward. We do have ongoing efforts of regionalization. How can we work more cooperatively with our neighbors and our other cities? We are trying to do work in that area. Looking at our work processes, the re-engineering of how we do business, and then lastly, increased automation. I think we're making some real strides here with automation, and I think that those will all pay off dividends in the long run, but they don't come overnight. And then the future outlook. This ties back to what we talked about before, the progress made in 2007, and this closes my presentation, because there's a lot of what's seen as bad news in this budget, and it has been very difficult. It has been a tough budget to put together, but I think we're moving in the right direction. We are creating fiscal stability for the city. The Moody's reports, which is an independent entity that reviews how we do business, they indicate that. The Department of Revenue, as a state agency that oversees municipal finance, believes we're heading in the right direction. We've brought tax control to the forefront within this budget. We are seeing greater efficiencies. So all of those together are evidence or point us in the direction of fiscal stability. But if we're going to really succeed, we need to grow the pie, and that requires us to continue to market the community and go out and find businesses that will locate here in the city of Lowell. And we do have economic development efforts. The downtown area, we have the Downtown Summit that's been very successful. We'll have some plans coming out within the next couple of weeks of how we can make downtown Lowell more vibrant. We have the Hamilton Canal Project, which is a great economic development opportunity for us, and we'll have a presentation to the City Council within the next couple of weeks with a developer that we'll be selecting or proposing that to take that over and create, spend or invest what's been estimated at $500 million that will produce jobs and that will produce taxes that are essential. We've worked hard with the owners of Crosspoint to fill that space, the most notable being Motorola, bringing 900 jobs to the city of Lowell. We're also working with developers along the connector with the Lowe's, new Lowe's going in on Chelmsford Street, as well as working with the developer now on a potential development of the site on Plain Street, the old Hannaford site. So all in all, you know, it's one of those situations where I feel that there's a story certainly to be told of what we've needed to do within the budget that you have before you, but I think overall we're heading in the right direction, and I'm positive that in the future we'll have more positive news for the City Council and for the residents of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We'll now open the public hearing to members of the public that
Mr. Mayor,
wish to be heard. Councilor?
could we just ask a couple of questions on the presentation? Clarifications or what? Oh, do it later? All right.
I mean, I don't
Go
know,
to the public
Councilor,
hearing.
I suppose we could do that. I mean, the clerk, I don't remember frankly from last year, but the clerk said typically we go to the members of the public. But if there's anybody here from the public that wants to be heard on the budget as a whole, there will be opportunity to speak on individual department items, but anybody who has general comments overall, happy to hear from you now.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Keith Rudy, 28 Halley Road, Lowell. Good evening, City Councilors. Good evening, Mr. Manager. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak about the budget as a whole. We oppose the manager's proposed budget for fiscal year 2008. We feel that the budget itself is unfair. It's unfair to the city workers who provide direct services to the city, to the taxpayers. We represent the school and health nurses. We represent the 911 dispatchers, detention attendants, meter maids, building craftsmen, animal control officers, truck drivers, mechanics, clerical workers, custodians, library assistants, senior center drivers, sign crosswalk painters. I think you know who we represent. We represent the bottom tier employees in the payroll. We feel we also have employees who are available 24/7, whether it's 24-hour operations, the police and water department, or weather emergencies, snow and ice, floods, windstorms, hurricanes. We also come out for the building emergencies. When the heat's out, water flooding in the buildings, broken windows, whatever. We're there 24/7. We feel that this budget is very unfair. When you're creating new positions, management positions in a budget, and you're laying off the bottom tier employees with someone with tenures up to 8 years seniority, we feel that's very unfair and unnecessary. When you look at the budget, you'll see the new positions total about $161,000. You look at a temporary budget account with $340,000. That includes the DPW, parks, cemetery, and recreation. You got a new pool opening for $32,000. You have another pool about a half a mile down the road. And I'm all for that neighborhood. If the kids need to go to another pool, maybe we need to open a shuttle service or have a shuttle service available, would be a lot less than $32,000, which would save someone's jobs. We would like to work with the manager on this budget. In the past years, we have worked with the manager prior to a budget coming forward. My first meeting with the manager was this morning. I've never done that in, I think, my 30 years employed with the city. I've always sat down with the manager while they were putting the budget together. It seems like everything is all management. We don't have a chance to talk until after something's been submitted, and then they say, well, can we talk now? I think it's too, I think what we're asking at this point from the councilors is to ask the manager to go back, restore these cuts, and look at other ways in the budget that we can make up the money and the difference. I think this proposed budget right now, I think, is not something I feel that's fair to the employees who give the services that the taxpayers, to direct services to the taxpayers as they expected. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rudy. Anybody else wishing to address the council on the budget as a whole?
Good evening. My name is Belinda Boyson. I'm currently the library secretary. I'm slated for layoff. I've held this position for almost 8 years. In those years, I've been solely responsible for all the business office functions, including payroll, bookkeeping, accounts payable. I do not have an assistant or anyone that helps me. I am the business office and what I believe to be an integral and valuable part of the library. I'm currently 6 months pregnant with my first child, and although this should be a joyous time for myself and my husband, it is not. We're too busy wondering if we're going to have a home or be able to provide insurance and things for our daughter. We're trying to understand how new positions can be proposed and vacant positions kept while people are being laid off. When I asked my director why she had slated me for layoff, I was told it was just a process, a procedure. I am not a process. I am not a procedure or just a number. I am a person with a family and a home and a child on the way to provide for. A person who is asking you on behalf of myself and the others who are slated for layoff to please consider rejecting the current proposed budget and requesting one with no layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from members of the public wishing to speak on the budget proposal as a whole?
Hello, my name is Robert Picard. I am the Animal Control Officer for the City of Lowell. I don't know how we came to this. I'm not a very good speaker. I'm the Animal Control Officer. There's 2 people in my department, and they're telling me I'm the one that's going to get laid off. I don't know why I'm getting laid off if there's only 2 people in my department. I think it's unfair and unjust to the city, because I know, well, I put some stats together, like the city of Cambridge. I tried to be fair about it. 10,000 people, they got 3 animal control officers. Lawrence, 90,000 people, 2 animal control officers. Springfield, 151,000, 3 animal control officers. New Bedford, 93,000 people, 3 animal control officers. Nashua, 151,000 people, 3 animal control officers. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to bump down. I'm too high up. I got 15 guys behind me. Don't get me wrong, somebody's going to get the axe. If anything, we're understaffed. I drive a 12-year-old van. They took my phone away from me because I'm not important enough to have one. But I have to use my own phone to call people back about dog bites and what have you. I come out at night, all hours of the night. I have to deal with everything from birds to bees to bears, whatever has to do with an animal. More than likely, you're going to see me or my partner. My partner was attacked Saturday and chewed up at the pound He damaged both his hands. He's out of work now. I don't know how many of you are aware of that. I don't want to see anyone get laid off. No one. But I'm just going to start a chain reaction down the line. I think it's very unfair to the city of Lowell. I think we're understaffed. My partner shouldn't have got chewed up. So now I got to carry all the weight myself. This morning when I got in, I had 3 dog bites. So now I got to run around and try to find these people and collect up their dogs or quarantine their dogs, and in between other stuff like picking up roadkill. In the wintertime, when I'm not doing animal control, because it's slow, I go back to the DPW. I plow the storms. I can run every piece of equipment there. I have all the licenses. I'm more than qualified. I think it's very unfair that somebody looks at my department with 2 people in it and says, all right, cut him. Who makes that decision? I want to know. Anybody have any questions for me? I know some of you might know me. I've seen some of you. I've dealt with some of you. We're understaffed. The equipment's old, and I don't think it's right. I absolutely don't think it's right, and I don't think it's right that my fellow 1705 guys are going to get cut. I want us to go back and look again. Take a second look at it. Give it a chance. I make $1 more an hour for what I do. I'm an MEO grade 3 working foreman specialist / animal control. And to be the animal control officer, I make $1 more an hour. That's $40 a week. It's $160 a month. That's $920 a year. Is it worth taking me off the street and putting the city in jeopardy? Because he can't be at 2 places at once. And no one can cover a pager 24/7, 365 days a week. No one. Not unless he's a hermit and he has no life. I just wanted you to know what you're in for. I wanted to make you aware. So for the $1,920 you pay me a year, that's my stipend. I get $1 more an hour. Is it really worth it to you people? Because, I mean, something's going on one side of town, and then something happens on the other side of the town, somebody's going to lose. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to be heard on the budget as a whole?
Hi, I'm William Riley, 712 Chelmsford Street, member of 1705. The city of Lowell has always been a city that other cities and towns look to as an example of how they should lead their city and run their city. I think there could be change here. I went around to all the new developments in the city of Lowell, down at the Spear House, over at the Spinners, Jackson Street, Julian Steel. Over here at the Spear House, there's 160 units in there. They told me roughly property taxes there will be $2,500 to $3,500 a year. After all them units are going to be sold out, that generates to the city $480,000. You're going to get another 480, close, a little more than that down here. Jackson Street, Julian Steel, 240 houses are going in there. They're being sold faster than they can build them. There's close to roughly almost $1 million worth of new tax revenue coming into the city within the next probably 2, 3 to 5 years. You're not only just laying off an individual, you're laying off a whole family behind that individual. I'm sure that this city has been a leader in the community of all the surrounding towns where all you people can get together and find a way to please save these people's jobs. It's only pennies you're talking about by laying these people off. It's not going to solve a problem. There's a tangled web that's been weaved here, and it's been going on for a while. And I think yous with your individual personalities, can come together and find a way to save all these individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other members of the public wishing to be heard on the budget? Budget as a whole? Anyone else?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Patrick O'Connor. I live at 38 Fourth Street in the city of Lowell. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mr. Manager, other people. I'd like to say, first of all, for the preparation of the budget and the presentation in the budget, Mr. Manager, and whoever helped you did a great job. As far as that there goes, I was particularly interested in the revenue section. And when I read that, I mean, everything was marked out. Actually, there were revenues in there I've never even seen before. You know, and I mean, I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen them. I'd like to think that I'm one of the individuals that come out here and actually represent the taxpayer in some way, shape, or form. Because in all essence, the people or the taxpayer of the city are the biggest union in this city. And after last year, we took a pretty good hike in taxes. And over the past several years, we've had tax increases time and time again. And it's not easy for the people that live in this city. Now, I feel bad for people when they have to lose their job. It's real hard on anybody, and I recall some 25 years ago when I had a small construction business, and I mean small, but the few people that worked for me were friends, and I became very close to them. But when times got tough and the money ran out, you had to let them go. And it was hard. It wasn't a simple thing to do. And I feel bad for people that when that has to happen. And on some degree, I've had the opportunity here to briefly go over the city budget and briefly go over the school department budget. And quite honestly, a lot of the people here that are in 1705 should be addressing the school committee more than the people here. As far as I can see, the school committee hasn't made any cuts at all in this budget as far over the past years to try to make any kind of cuts in order to help this city. I come out here to try to be a taxpayer's advocate. I thought that was the council's job. I thought that was the school committee's job. You're the elected officials. You're supposed to stand up for us. Time and time again, we hear about contracts for police, for teachers. Where's the taxpayer's contract? Let's have 10 years of no new taxes. Let's do that. How would that be? Let's make a deal. I'll take a set tax rate for 10 years, and we'll go on the speculation whether property values go up or down. I'd be happy with that, and I think the city and people in the city would be. The people need a chance. I know there are people losing their jobs here, but read the paper. People are losing their homes in this city that work elsewhere because they lost their job, or they got tricked into some variable rate mortgage, or they can't pay their taxes because when your taxes goes up $240, well, that's another $20 a month. And people live on fixed incomes, and $20 a month's a lot of money to people. And it raises their mortgage. And I was a little bit disappointed in the budget this year that the fact that it had an increase in taxes. It just can't go on and on and on. People think their property values go up in this city. Well, taxes have to go up. Property values do not affect taxes. The only thing property values do is raise the levy ceiling. That's the only thing they do, and they actually raise the amount of revenue we get from the lottery system. That's about the size of it. The budget that's in front of you tonight, which is the most important job you do as a city council, is what actually affects what our taxes are going to be. And I've been out here a number of times. I'm out here every year, whatever, and maybe you're tired of seeing me. And I don't really mind. I'm going to say my piece, and I'm going to do the best I can to make you understand that you need to do something about the increase in taxes. Now, I'm sure the school committee or the school budget could lose a few line items in there to help save a few people on this side. It's possible. The school department had $800,000 surplus last year, and I'm assuming they'll probably have it this year, and maybe more. Who knows? Nobody has a surplus. We shouldn't have that. And if we do, it should come back to the taxpayers. I'm assuming if there's any free cash at all this year, that it's going to come off the tax levy before the tax rate's set. And I'm hoping that it does. I just feel, people, and I'm addressing you as council, and I want the school committee members to hear me at all. You're our elected officials. You owe us. You need to stand up for us. Sometimes it's hard to make certain decisions. And I know that the people of this city want services and a certain amount of services, and I hope that each and every one of you on the council side actually had a good look at the school department budget and actually went over it line item by line item and look at some of the salaries in there. The average teacher's doing about $60,000 a year, and that's for 186 days. And if you break that down to an average work week, that's $80,000 a year or better. And it's like the school committee never negotiates anything out of their contracts. School teachers work 185 days, 186 days, get 15 sick days. Well, every employee here gets 15 sick days too, and they work 250 days a year. They have room to move over there. And I think they have a lot more room than the $1.6 million, believe me. Last year, this city got an extra 10, in 2007, we got $10 million extra in local aid. And this year, we're getting another $5 million in local aid. And you raised our taxes and our fees. That's a lot of money that goes into this city. There should be plenty to keep everybody, but I'm not too sure how that's going to work. You people do the budget, but you have to do what you have to do. And I hope that you can stand up for the people, and I'm just going to say again, where's the taxpayer's contract? Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to be heard on the budget as a whole? The budget as a whole? Okay, hearing none. Oh, we have one. Okay. Councilor Donahue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the manager. Or actually, maybe it's to you, Mr. Mayor. The budget, the layout is a little bit different than years past, as has been indicated. I know this is the part of the budget where we can comment on the budget as a whole rather than department by department. Is that the intent, Mr. Mayor, that we will go through department by department?
That was certainly my intent, but
Okay.
I think this is
And I know in years past, sometimes we took up the school budget, both the regional and school budget first at the front end and then went into the city part. But that's not the layout tonight, and so I just wanted that for clarification. Let me ask a couple of questions in general regarding this budget. Mr. Manager, I know this is an informative budget. It's one that you've tried to strike a balance, as you've spent quite a bit of time tonight laying out. But I am concerned about the issue of the layoffs that are being discussed here by the public. Is it 11 positions in total?
Yeah, yes.
And one of the problems is these positions span more than one department, although certainly Public Works is affected in terms of some of these layoffs. And so speaking addressing the budget as a whole, let me say, and I understand what you're trying to do, Mr. Manager, but the concern has always been that people want services in the city. And I think the city workers provide a good service and have always provided a good service in the city. And the concern is the type of layoffs being discussed, no doubt, are going to affect services. I mean, we saw tonight the Public Works and the demands that, even on the charts that you were putting forth. I know, the number of parks that the city has, in excess of 90 now. So my question, and though we know we can't add to the budget, we can reject portions of the budget, but and maybe you have an answer for this or not, Mr. Manager, but one of the questions I have is, in order to, I look at all these positions and I don't see the fat there in terms of the budget. Now, I know there's some set-asides in the budget for some other items, and I guess, we can either deal with this department by department, but, quite honestly, what I would like to see you do, Mr. Manager, is try and restore these positions without, in making up for it in other parts of the budget, what has been suggested here tonight. And whether that's through some monies that have been set aside for future, negotiations or what have you. So, nobody wants a tax increase, but at the same time, I don't think it's sensible for us to go down the road where we're seriously impacting services in the city. Because in the years I've sat here, I've never heard from, people who live in the city that we have too many people, providing too many services. That's just not the case. And I think we do ask a lot of the employees. So my suggestion, and I can make it at the appropriate time, is that, Mr. Manager, you go back to the drawing board and see if you can restore these positions and come back to us. And I know we're going to go through your whole budget, but come back to us and try and do it without any tax increase. I mean, is that asking the impossible, Mr. Manager?
Well, Council, if I could, again, the layoffs are something that I don't enjoy doing, and I think you're right. I think that the city employees do a wonderful job of providing services, and again, we went through the various categories of spending that's very difficult for us to make reductions in, like public safety. And that leads us to the public works. And I think I tried to really hammer home the point there that I see public works as being a key part of city government. But when you get into it, there weren't many options that I had in order to maintain some contingency there for some type of bargaining and the like. Public works is one of the more difficult parts for us to. As I go through the process, and we're still in the process of doing some impact bargaining now, and on these layoffs, public works is the area that's going to be the most difficult for us to simply move people into other positions, because other positions don't come up in the future that we may be able to do with some of the other positions. A couple of options that we could look at. Clearly, there is the option that we could raise taxes. I think the City Council has made it very clear that they're not interested in doing that, and I'm not interested in doing that either. The other option is, utilizing it's about $375,000 now that's left in that contingency fund to keep a number of these positions on, and I would focus on, as you've pointed out, the public works positions. I think that those are the, as I said to Keith Rudy today, I mean, when it's 95 degrees, those are the guys out there digging ditches and working in the roads and working very difficult conditions, and when it's 5 degrees outside, the other one's out there plowing snow and dealing with issues like that. They do a tremendous job for the city, and that's where we have tremendous needs out there. So I would say that the $375 that we have left in that contingency fund was $500, but we're going to have to use some of that in the arena budget. We were able to make some savings there. I'd say we could probably use that $375 to add back in a number of these positions in public works and in the necessary health insurance that goes with those employees. And I'm already working on a number of options to try to backfill some of the other positions to, really lessen the amount of layoffs that we're going to have.
So that wouldn't result in a tax increase?
No, that would not result in a tax increase.
Well,
and I'd be, very frankly, Councilor, if that's the will of the council, I'd be more than happy to make
and this is early in the night, and there may be other cuts that will free up other money. I don't know. I don't know. But I will say, and I'd make it by way of a motion, that I would request the manager to take back these particular, the layoffs and reinstate them through whatever. You're the manager, okay? And if it can be done without the tax increase, as you discussed, then I'd suggest that we do that, Mr. Manager. And
I second that motion.
All right.
Second.
There's So there's a motion by Councilor Donahue, at least to refer the issue of job
Well,
reductions.
the reason I do it by way of as far as the proposed layoffs is because they span more than one particular line item or one department. And so that's why I'm addressing it at this point in terms of in general and asking the manager to go back and look at that. As I said, there may be other cuts as we go through the evening that I don't know. You know, it's a pretty lean budget, so I don't expect a whole lot of cuts that would make it possible to, you know, reinstate this. And so I would rather have the manager look at that and by way of motion. That's not to say we don't continue with the budget hearings. It's just that I think all of those jobs that I would like to see addressed and brought back to us by the manager.
Right. So moved by Councilor Donahue, second by Councilor Caulfield. Everybody has their hand up on this, so I'm just going to start down here and we'll go down. Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's an excellent motion. I think, first off, you've done a tremendous job with the budget, Mr. Manager, and you've heard from us all year long, or the last 10 months that you've been here, that we don't want to raise taxes. We don't want to raise taxes. The taxpayers took a huge hit in December, and we all know why. But moving forward, I think that there may be an opportunity. I know the unions have expressed an interest in working with you, working with the city, so that we can maintain the services, which is key. That's what people pay taxes for, and also protect people, their jobs, which is, as has been stated, we provide services, not jobs, but they go hand in hand. And I think that in order to provide the services, we should take a look, and with some cooperation from the unions, it would be nice to get the same budget number back, but with some more job slots filled. But I want to commend you on the budget. It's almost overwhelming with the information here, and it was a pleasure to see some of the information. And I think the best part for me is the future outlook and the stability and the plans to move forward and straighten out the city fiscally. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Caulfield.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, I know how difficult it is for any manager to do a budget, and how difficult it is to present it to the council, and the council feels the same. It's one of the most important facets of our job to approve the budget. In my 20 years of sitting here, this is the first time that I can encounter layoffs of this magnitude. Before I get into that, I want to thank, and I know my colleagues feel the same, the Lowell delegation. Mr. Manager, your budget is $287,977,688. The Beacon Hill, our Lowell delegation, who works extremely hard, our local aid is $155 million. Where would we be without that local aid? We'd be in a horrible financial mess. So I want to thank our Lowell delegation for that. Witnessing the employees of this city, whether they're a clerk behind a desk, or whether they're operating a front-end loader, or whether they're taking people out of their house during a flood, they are very, very dedicated employees. And it's hard for me to sit here and I agree with Councilor Donahue. 11 people are going to lose their job. And at one of the dedications, Mr. Manager, Fort Hill Park, we were there. One of the park employees approached me, and he said, "Please save my job. I need my job." So I think the gist of Councilor Donahue's motion, and I think my colleagues feel the same, whatever you can do financially to keep these men and women working. We heard some passionate pleas from some employees, and let's roll up the sleeves and see what we can do to keep them on the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, this, the money, approximately how much are we looking at to fill this gap of these employees, to backfill them?
Fill all of the positions? Oh,
Yes.
we're probably looking at somewhere in the vicinity of $600,000 to $700,000 all told.
So in the manager's contingency, there's a line item naturally for emergency purposes of $250,000, and then you have an additional $500 for collective bargaining agreements. Is that correct? Roughly speaking.
Roughly. I know that the 500 is going to be modified in the budget that is presented to the full budget. I was going to speak to that when we got to that. That has to be modified by $125,000. So that's down to $375,000.
So are we essentially, excuse me, are we essentially saying we will save jobs, but it has to come somewhere, otherwise it'll necessitate an increase in taxes? And I think that we have all heard loud and clear. I certainly have, since the last time, that people have had their fair share of taxes. They understand that we straightened out the fiscal situation from last year, but I have heard loud and clear from the people I represent that they can't take anymore. And some of those people are in this room. They're also employees. So are we saying that the contingency that's set aside for raises could be and will be used to save positions?
To save positions.
I just want to be clear, because I support that. I think that makes some sense, but we're trying to balance everything. We've gone to the presentation. We'll go through hours of deliberation. They're difficult choices. My concern is, well, the school folks are going to come up tonight, and they're going to be a similar issue. Yes, we get a lot of money from the state. I think that they should give that to us, because Lowell residents are state taxpayers too. It's their money. And I appreciate the delegation, because they do bring it home, as they rightfully should, because we do need it here. So if that's the motion, to use that money in the contingency to save jobs, absolutely. Who wants to lay off people, particularly those that they want to come to work and they do a good job for the city? That makes sound fiscal sense, but to start going backwards, if we're going to stay with our balanced budget, $15 a quarter, I don't like to do it. And people can't take any more of an increase. It's 16 cents a day. I think that's somewhat that's acceptable to people to keep the city running vibrant. We knew this was going to be a tough year. We knew we went in with no reserves. We knew we were going in with less state money, SBA money. You went through the whole presentation. I won't go through it. We've gone through it in the Finance Subcommittee. This is sort of the bottom year, in my opinion. We can and we will only go up from here. Everything else remaining equal. I do appreciate the revenues. That's what I would like to focus on a little bit later, because I don't want to get caught like we did last year. Your revenue estimates are, they're conservative, which I think is important. We did, and we will receive additional revenue from the fees that we increased. In my opinion, it looks like our revenues are in solid footing, and that's where the rubber meets the road. If that falls apart, then we'll be in trouble again. And I don't think that we are, quite frankly, but we can get into that detail later. 2.5 pages of revenue estimates. I agree with Mr. O'Connor. I haven't even seen some of these before, which it's good to see this detail, because we know that we have the backup when it comes time to see the revenue coming in. We're not guesstimating, and we know exactly what's in front of us. We know what we can count on, and there's room in those conservative estimates. So I think it makes sense to save these jobs. We will save money on the unemployment compensation end as well. Do we have an idea of what we will save? Because, not putting people on unemployment saves the city money, right? Do we have an idea of approximately?
We're on a pay-as-you-go basis with the unemployment. We'll have to calculate that number for you.
Okay. It makes sense to me from a human perspective, from a human standpoint, to save these jobs, and fiscally from unemployment, and to give people the services they deserve. So I'll support that motion.
Actually, Frank, Councilor, just for way of clarification, the unemployment cost, we used a trend number there as opposed to the actual increasing it by this. So we won't save as much as we otherwise would have. in that. I will admit that's an area of the budget that we were playing very conservatively, or perhaps too not as carefully as we should have. So
Can I ask you why we're going to need, if we're not going to lay off these people, why do we need 800,000 in the budget?
You always have.
I understand temporary, but will we not do that this year?
Large chunk of them are in the school department.
For the annual layoffs?
Become eligible.
I thought we were working towards trying to reduce that gap, and it shouldn't be constant. 800,000 every year. Well, that's a discussion, but that's another huge line item. Maybe we can, the school committee can speak to that when they come up, because it doesn't make sense. We know what we're going to be hiring and what we're going to be laying off, that we have 800,000 in unemployment. So I'm going to support the motion. It makes sense, and let's work to save these people their jobs.
Councilor Armin Mercia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. During the PowerPoint, one of the things that stood up in my mind was the priority spending that the manager referred to. In my judgment, in my opinion, one of the priority spending should be spending that does not call for any layoffs of anybody. I hope the motion is talking about everyone who's scheduled to be laid off, and not just a group, but all of them. There is the $600,000 that you spoke of, I think included the backfill jobs, or what is that? How many people are scheduled to be laid off in this budget right
There are
here?
11 scheduled to be laid off.
In total.
And that includes what we're factoring there, as much as we didn't necessarily count on the unemployment costs that would come
Okay.
with that. That number does include the employees' salaries, their fringe benefits.
And that's
and their health.
layoffs in all the budget areas?
In all the budget areas, right.
Okay, so I totally support that. I think that should be a priority spending to support the people who do the work that delivers the services. And so I totally endorse this motion, providing we're talking about all 11 of them not getting laid off. It's what I'm concerned about. And it's a priority of the council, which now supersedes your priority, in my opinion.
Right.
And I want to make it clear that we are talking about saving all these jobs.
If I may, Counselor, the way I would look at doing that as best we could is to utilize the money that we have. And again, we're in the middle of doing the bargaining with the unions on how we move forward with the other positions. And every day, it seems, some change take place in our personnel structure within the city. So it would be my hope that we'd be able, because we only have a finite amount of money, that we would be able to utilize that to backfill some of these positions and then transfer people from existing positions into new positions that are needed in other departments that are becoming vacant due to people retiring, people resigning, and handling it that way, so that we can try to fill, if possible, 11 of these people into jobs.
Okay. The bottom line, as far as I'm concerned, is that no one should get laid off. You do the magic that you need to do as a fiscal person, not to lay anybody off, but to find the money someplace else if it's needed. No one in this city should be laid off. They haven't been for a long time, and I wouldn't want to see it start now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Rita Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask for a point of personal privilege to give an overview of my feelings regarding the entire budget, so I think this will be a point of personal privilege. First, let me say to you, Mr. Manager, that you did as you said you would. You would present a budget to us in a timely manner, and that it would be in May, and here we are. My thoughts are with the people that are now proposed to be laid off. Last hired, first to go is only fair. But that's not necessarily the case, as we heard speakers come up here, people that worked here 8 years, people working here 3 years and then 7 years. I can't help but share with you something that hit home to me many years ago. My father worked in the mills, Southwell Combing Company to be exact. He started there as a young man in his 20s. He worked there for 38 years. He married my mother and raised a family. Then one day, as he was turning 60, which is like my age right now, he took ill with a very bad headache. It turned out to be a blood clot in his head. While undergoing surgery to remove the pressure, my mother returned home only to pick up the mail addressed to my father. It read, "Dear Leo, thank you for your 38 years of dedicated service to the company, but we no longer need your service." My father lived another 9 years. He would have still loved to be useful. He still would have loved to decide for himself if he could work or not. It wasn't his decision. As I sit in this very important seat, I hope that I am not a part of sending someone off to the glue factory just because we need to move on. I would hope that a person's many years of service was not for nothing left unmeaningful. I would hope that coercion was not used and that persons who gave the city the most important years of his or her life was not left unappreciated. I feel so strongly for what I experienced with my father that I am willing to find the money in this budget to hire everyone back on the city side. I did not work in the school department budget, so I don't know where the cuts should be there. I know I cannot increase this budget, but I am sure that if we make the right cuts, we can together return people to their jobs. Let's not forget that these very people in this room are taxpayers as well, and they are the laid-off people are taxpayers as well. It was said that we're not here to provide jobs. That's true. We're here to create services. I say that the people who lost these jobs are in fact providing a service, like they did during the recent floodings. These are the people that fix the vehicle, cut the grass, clean the city pools, and provide animal safety to the public. And while we're on the subject of animal safety, I know for a fact that when there's a drug raid in the city and these animal control people go into the building, they're met by very vicious dogs. What do we do when the person's out on vacation? Where do we get the next person that's inexperienced to take over? What if the person that's animal control is bitten? What do we do then? Take some mechanic out from a truck and send him in? We just can't do that. Why do we have line items that say salary and wages temporary? Why do we hire temporary people when we lay off permanent employees? It is certainly not illegal, but it sure is unfair. Or we can lay people off, then hire them back temporary for less money, without vacation, without health care or benefits. I'm not personally that cruel. Would you lose everything that you worked hard to attain? I don't think so. Just don't hire more people, but let us keep those that we already have. In your department, Mr. Manager, alone, you will add 3 new positions for a total of $153,000. I don't know that I can support that while we're letting people go, but maybe I can renegotiate my end if I see that these people can come back. In this crucial time when there is an ongoing war with civilians entering the military and veterans returning home, we let a key employee go only to have a newly hired employee in the Veterans Office all alone. I can't, in my all conscience, justify that. We need Joe Dussault back. If we could find a way to make that happen, Mr. Manager, he, like my father, was truly not ready to retire. I know that for a fact. We can do 5-year planning, but not plan long enough or efficiently enough to know that these that are hired now are not needed. We do need them all. And I would have said, but the motion has already been made. My question now for the city solicitor, Solicitor O'Connor, if there are monies identified in this budget, can we use it to restore the jobs? Simply yes or no.
Upon the, upon the recommendation of the manager, the budget can be increased or added to in particular areas. But without that recommendation, the council cannot add to the budget. It can only accept, reject, or reduce.
That's right, but if we find the money, perhaps we could ask the manager to
Correct,
not
certainly.
increase it, but use that very money that we found to restore jobs.
Correct. Certainly, working with the manager can make written. It has to be a written recommendation by the manager, and as long as that happens, absolutely, the council can give input back to the manager. The manager can respond with a written recommendation, and those items can be addressed accordingly.
So having said that, I went line item by line item in this whole budget with the projected encumbrances and actual spending. I really kind of went all out to find the money, and I think I have, but I'm not the manager, so I'm asking. And so through Councilor Donahue's motion, then for the sake of justice and fairness, join me in not repeating what was done to my father so very long ago. Let us vote to find the money in this budget to restore jobs for those that lost them and want to return. Vote to shift monies to restore jobs. And I think through that motion, we're going to do that, and that's where I stand right now. Thank you.
Councilor Milonazo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the city manager. I want to begin by thanking you for submitting the budget early in a timely fashion. Again, it's your first budget, being FY08. I think you and your team did a very good job in putting together a lot of detailed information. You explained from a historical perspective how a municipal budget should look. You talked about how each department operates, and I think that's very important. I think that Councilor Donahue brings forward a good motion. I don't want the public, though, to view this as a rejection of your first budget. I think that this is a negotiation back and forth. I think that what we heard tonight regarding the layoffs, and certainly the people who did speak eloquently, and I want to thank representatives of 1705 and the other unions that came down here to speak, that we do see the human side of dealing with a very important task, and that's putting together the city budget. Clearly, it's very difficult to lay people off, especially the people who are providing the good services that we've become used to here in the city. But I think it should be stressed that this is not an issue from a standpoint of the structural deficiencies that happened overnight, didn't happen under City Manager Lynch's watch. And I think that we do stand ready as a council to help him going forward to deal with some of those structural deficiencies, working with the Department of Revenue and working, quite frankly, with the unions that are represented here. I think that that's very important that we do that. I support the motion, although I'm not interested in raising taxes more than the 2.5% that is proposed in the budget. And I really do believe that with City Manager Lynch's team, that we'll be able to sit here probably tomorrow night and look at a budget that restores, if not all, certainly most of the 11 positions that we're talking about the evening. But we do have to strike a balance, and I think that looking at helping the city manager put together his own team, which is something that I'm all about, I really want to make sure that we're going forward on a strong, sound financial footing. But again, I think Councilor Donahue does bring forward a good motion. Obviously, listening to my colleagues, it's one that's going to pass, and I think based upon that, I think we'll have a good foundation to move this forward. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's very difficult to be last in line. All the great points have been made, but very briefly, Manager Lynch, I want you to know how much I appreciate the work you put into this budget. You've done an excellent job, but I think Councilor Donahue's motion is one of compassion, and as a political body, we need to say to you that we also need to strike that balance. The balance between services, the balance between raising taxes, and the balance between retaining our workforce. These guys are obvious. This is our company. These are company folks. And so I'm going to support the motion. I think it's an excellent one. And I hope that we can find the appropriate funds to keep everybody on board. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Any opposed? So the issue of the job layoffs will be referred back to the manager for further review and recommendation. believe in the meantime now we can proceed to consideration of individual department budgets.
Yes, yes.
And I would suggest that we just begin at the beginning. The first group of those, I believe, is on page 19. And the first item is the city council budget, which includes personal services, $139,000, expenses of $10,000, for a bottom line total of $149,000. What's the wish of the Councilor Donahue?
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Councilor Donahue, second by Councilor Elliott. Councilor Rita Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager, tell me what the difference between an ordinary expense and a capital expense.
An ordinary expense is something that has a useful life. It's part of the ongoing day-to-day operation, or has a useful life of generally under 3 years. A capital expense would have something over 3 years.
All right.
So that would include things like office equipment, office furniture. There are larger capital items that over 5 years you might bond for, but this would be considered in other municipal entities. They consider this outlay.
Could I, Mr. Mayor, could I go back to page 2 and ask the manager a question in one of the expenditure, page 2? When you, on the very bottom, when you talk about the first phase of organizational restructuring, what do you mean by the first phase? To consolidate the DPW with the parks and the...
Putting all of the public works functions into one, under one leader, under one individual.
Where you referred to that as the first phase, is there going to be a second phase?
Well, I think in my my PowerPoint presentation, I spoke to the areas that we're already including here: finance, public works, and then a focus upon neighborhood services and community service. Constituent services. Future phases would be in the area of community services and public information, and then waiting for the new police and fire chief to look at their structures. There may not be anything that comes of that, but those would be the future phases that we'd be looking at.
Down the road, you're not looking to consolidate public safety into one leader, fire, police, one department head?
Actually, it's interesting you raise that, Counselor. I read an article just this weekend that seems to be a movement that's taking place across the country again in light of the events of September 11th. That there's a value placed on cross-training and communication, utilizing the same forms of communication. That is not what I'm proposing here in the city of Lowell. I've looked at that, and when we had the 2 retirements come up, I don't think it makes sense here in the city of Lowell at this particular point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. That's all I wanted to know.
Councilor Armin Mercia.
Just as a follow-up, one of the questions I had on the PowerPoint presentation was this new organizational structure that's proposed in the budget. I guess my question is that approval of the budget automatically approves that, or do we have to have a separate ordinance or a separate vote to approve that?
It really doesn't. I'm trying to keep this as simple as I can and as flexible as I can, so that I wasn't looking to create a Department of Public Works that included, just using that as an example, that included all of the various divisions or departments into one single department. What I'm looking at is a grouping and having an individual assigned to manage that group. So you wouldn't have, for instance, in Public Works, you wouldn't have a Department of Public Works but instead you'd have individual separate departments that would report to the Assistant Manager for Public Works.
That's as it relates to Public Works, but your new organizational structure covers an awful lot of other areas. And my question is, and I'm not opposed to it, but I'm wondering, does that automatically create, under the Assistant City Manager, these areas, planning and development, for instance? As I look at the new, it includes the auditorium, it includes the planning board, career center, the legal department, includes the license commission. Is this new structure?
It's my choice as manager to delegate the day-to-day oversight
Okay.
to specific individuals.
Yeah, no, I know what you're doing, and I don't fault it, but I'm just wondering, under the planning form of government, does the new organizational structure, which is an organizational chart that's quite different than we've operated under, does that require any other separate vote?
I don't believe it does, Councilor.
Okay. That was my question, I didn't know if there are ordinances affected here that would have to be revisited.
This would simply be delegating my oversight to those people, which then I could remove at my will.
Councilor Caulfield?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of clarification. We're going to vote on the city council budget and
Correct.
continue individually done?
Yes, that's, in fact, the motion on the floor is to approve the bottom line city council budget of $149,000.
I support that, so.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? Roll call on the city council budget, $149,000.
Councilor Caulfield,
Yes.
Councilor Donahue, Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo.
Yes.
Councilor Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilor Broderick.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1
8 yeas, the bottom line figure is approved. The next item is the mayor's budget. Personal services, $70,165,000. Ordinary expenses of $6,000. Capital expenses, $3,000, for a total of $79,165,000.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve by Councilor Caulfield, second by Councilor Armin Mercier.
Yes, that includes your portrait, right?
I believe that's the
Okay,
3,000.
I move for approval.
Right.
I
Okay.
thought you were going to draw it yourself.
No.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo.
Yes.
Councilor Ramirez.
Yes.
Councilor Broderick. 8 yeas, 1 absent.
8 yeas, the bottom line figure, $79,165,000 is approved. Next item is the city clerk budget. Personal services, $303,813. Ordinary expenses, $6,600, for a total of $310,413.
Question?
Councilor Armin Mercier?
This proposed budget includes a layoff of an individual. Would that now individual come under the scrutiny of what we just passed a little while ago? Or is this a separate layoff?
Yeah, right.
Well, let me,
That's what I meant when I said, are we talking about everyone that's scheduled to be laid off?
well,
Right.
well, Councilor Donahue,
The motion entailed to have the manager consider all
All,
positions and come
okay.
back with a recommendation, presumably tomorrow night.
Okay.
And so I guess through you, would it be, do we reserve voting on this, on any department where it's affected?
I-
That would seem to me to be the most sensible, otherwise we'd have to
Yeah.
go back and change our vote on that line item.
Right. You could certainly not act this evening, particularly in light of the fact that you're meeting again. There is a timeline, but you're right at the very beginning of that timeline.
Right.
So the council could not act,
Okay.
given the fact that you have already given a broad recommendation back to the manager, specifically with respect to these positions. It would probably be premature at this point anyway to act.
So maybe
Just-
maybe we should postpone
All right, yeah,
those
so-
line items.
Postpone
motion by Councilor Armin Mercier to defer action on this
until the manager
this
comes back with his
department
recommendation.
until tomorrow evening? Is
Right.
that-
And I just want the manager to be aware that, who would take care of the subcommittees if that position was eliminated? Who would be running the subcommittees?
Currently, occasionally it's the city clerk that comes to those, occasionally it's the assistant city clerk,
Right.
and occasionally it's the clerk of committees.
My next question then would be, wouldn't there be overtime and comp time involved in that? If all of a sudden someone else is doing it?
They're
And
not
would you
exempt.
just take that in
Gladly
consideration when
accepted.
you evaluate that?
Yeah, yeah.
Pardon me?
It would be gladly accepted. It's not expected, Counselor.
Not from your point of view, but how about your assistant? Well, would you just
We will,
use that as a factor in determining whether or not this person should be laid off?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Elliott?
What is the policy right now, Mr. Clerk, for for those individuals, i.e. yourself or the assistant city clerk?
There
Because
is no
many
overtime.
occasions you cover those meetings.
Correct.
And what about for the clerk of committees? How does that work?
Well, the clerk of committees receives a salary.
Right.
Part of her duties are, obviously, to be the secretary of those meetings.
Right.
When either myself or the assistant city clerk cover those meetings, there is no actual financial compensation for doing so.
Okay. So do you just make up time elsewhere, or is that just part of duties assigned? When there's a meeting, you go to it in addition to your other responsibilities. I'm just trying to find out how we're going to, should this not come back, how we're going to cover those hours, because there's quite a few meetings at night, as we all know. So currently, you just do it, and that's standard business. Okay.
We just cover the meetings.
Thank you.
Okay. So the motion
to
on the
delay.
floor is to defer action for this department until tomorrow evening.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Action is delayed for one night. Under the city manager's portion of the budget, the first item is city manager's office. Personal services, $614,018. Ordinary expenses, $32,500. Capital expenses of $1,000 for a total of $647,518. Councilor Caulfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I stated early in the evening, Mr. Manager, you have a tough job to do, and I think we have a tougher one. And I indicated to you approximately 10 days ago, I could not support those 3 new positions you have in the budget. So I moved to strike those 3 positions. Chief of Staff, I believe there's also administrative assistant to the manager, senior clerk typist. It's about $153,000. In these tough fiscal times, Mr. Manager, I just can't support this, and it was very evident with the people who came to that microphone. They were looking just to save their job, just to make ends meet. And we're creating 3 new positions that I feel that are unwarranted, and that's the gist of my motion. Whether it fails or whether it's approved, I put it out there. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to delete the assistant to the manager, the administrative assistant, and the senior clerk typist. So moved by Councilor Caulfield. Second by Councilor Rita Mercier. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just respond to the motion, just to address and perhaps answer some of the questions raised. As you know, in the restructuring that I've proposed, the assistant city manager would be reassigned out to the area of public works. I tried to give you some sense of my focus upon the area of public works. And he would be moved out there and assume the responsibilities for oversight of the entire public works operation on a line basis, not on a staff basis. In addition, when Mr. Walsh retires in December, he would then assume the responsibility of being the Public Works Commissioner. He would hold a dual title, similar to the way Mr. Coggins holds the dual title of Assistant City Manager and Director of Planning and Development. So they have day-to-day responsibilities as well as being key members of the management team of being assistant city managers. The assistant to the city manager is a lower level position that would replace the assistant city manager within the office. It's a one-for-one swap. The clerk typist that you reference is the clerk typist position that's in neighborhood services that's being moved up. It's being taken out of neighborhood services. It's being put into the front office of the city manager's office.
So that's not a new position?
That's not a new position.
Okay.
The assistant to the administrative assistant, actually, there already is an assistant, administrative assistant. But let me. I think I know where you're heading with that. There's the position that I've created that's the executive assistant position that would be established, which is basically an administrative position, assistant position. It's a little bit different job function, but that would replace the administrative assistant to the city manager that would be moved out into Public Works to work with Mr. McCarthy. And a position in Public Works an administrative position in Public Works that is currently in the budget would not be filled. So, and the money that is set aside, that has been set aside for that would be transferred over to the manager's office. It's a one-for-one, dollar-for-dollar swap. There are no new positions. I know that that's been characterized as such, but they're simply a one-for-one swap.
So that those two positions, two new positions.
They're not two new positions.
It says new.
New titles. I'll say new
But
titles.
they're new employees.
They're new titles, yes.
New employees. There'd be two new employees added to the payroll.
No, there's the head count remains, and those two functions remain the same. They're
Assistant to
one-for-one
city
swaps.
manager
Would replace, the
new.
assistant to the city manager would replace the assistant city manager. The assistant city manager would replace the public works commissioner.
So you're having a person in City Hall transferring into your office?
I'm not sure who's going to fill that position.
But it's budgeted for $82,000.
That's correct. And the
And
current
then-
assistant city manager is budgeted at $93,000.
And then the administrative assistant is budgeted for $42,138. So it's
Which
a total
is-
of $124,138.
No, Counselor. The assistant city manager would replace the public works commissioner. That's one for one. But he would leave my office. I would then put someone into that position.
Right.
So there would be, again, it's a one-for-one swap. And then the administrative assistant to the city manager would be moved out into Public Works, and the DPW position, administrative position, would be pulled into the city manager's office, a currently vacant position.
Then Mr. Mayor, I amend my motion. I didn't know that the senior clerk was already employed, but the chief of staff for $82,000.
There isn't, by the way, Councilor, there is not a chief of staff.
Well,
It serves a chief of staff function, but the title is assistant to the city manager.
I move to strike that position, and the executive, the executive secretary, you're going to bring it on board.
All right, so that's amending your earlier motion
Yes.
to read.
I apologize, because I didn't know that the senior clerk was being brought up from Neighborhood Services.
Is there a
It says
second
new-
on
new-
that?
So, I just need some clarification because
Second.
I'm looking at the budget.
Right.
And it says, Assistant to the City Manager, new, $82,000. That's the one that you're referring to.
Right.
The other one says Executive Assistant for $42,000. That's the other one. You call it different names.
That's a new position, isn't it, Mr. Manager?
They're new titles.
A new title?
They're replacing other titles that we'd had.
No, I understand it, but when I'm listening to Councilor Caulfield, I don't see the titles that he's referring to in there.
Right.
All right? That's why I wanted to clarify. You're talking, Councilor, Assistant to the City Manager for $82,000.
Right. Definitely.
And you're also talking Executive Assistant for $42,000.
If there's an employee...
No, I mean, is that what you mean?
Yes. If
Okay.
there's an employee transferring into the manager's office within City Hall to get a better position in the city, fine. But if that's a new employee being brought on, that's what I have a problem with.
Councilor, there may be. We haven't gotten that far. But the number of positions remains the same. What you're doing by taking those out is you're reducing the staffing of my office below what it is now, which I can tell you is just not reasonable.
Well, that's my motion.
So
Let it
so
fail up or
moved
down.
and seconded by Councilor Rita Mercia. Councilor Milonazo? It's been- You were the first one with your hand
No,
up.
I know, but
so-
Council Ramirez was talking to me. I apologize. I'm actually not going to support the motion. I think that we need to give the city manager an opportunity to build his team. Again, has anybody seen Barbara Hagg walking around in City Hall the last few years? Has anybody seen Jim Smith? Has anybody seen Alan Frazier? I mean, the former city manager came in and brought his own team in, and the majority of the city council let him do it. So we cannot sit here and say to this city manager, we're not going to let you build your own team. This, by the way, Councilor Caulfield, is a savings to the city. It's an $11,000 savings to the city. At the same time, we're letting City Manager Lynch put his own team together. We need to let him do that. And again, I hope that the majority of this council lets him do that, because it would be very grossly unfair, in my opinion, if we don't let him do it. So I, for one, will not vote to support this motion. I think it's setting a precedent that we don't want to go down that road.
Councilor Rita Mercier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The senior clerk typist, is that Gail from the Division of Neighborhood Services coming over?
That would be the position that would be transferred out, yes.
That'd be the person coming over?
She and I have not spoken.
Well, she's laid off.
There are
She's-
union issues revolving around that, but that would be the expectation.
Did Commissioner Ed Welch have a secretary over there?
He has a number of secretaries over there.
Okay, why can't we use them and leave Don Cooper here?
We're eliminating one position over there, and that's the money that's being transferred over here.
We're eliminating one person.
Again, Counselor, this is a an operational decision that I'm making as to where to assign people to be, and I'm swapping the money from over there over to here, and I'm moving the person and the money
So
from
if
here
I
over
looked
to
under
there.
DPW, I will see, what will I see?
You will see a
missing 42,000?
There's a position there that was paid at $42,000 last year that's being transferred. That position is being transferred over here because it recently became vacant.
And it's vacant because of what? The person?
The person took another position within City Hall.
Okay, so we didn't lay off anybody
No.
to create that extra?
That's correct.
Now, what is the story with 82,000? This is a new position, you're replacing TJ.
The TJ is going to go to Public Works under this plan.
Is this a Chelmsford resident that's coming over here? Another Chelmsford resident? Probably, right?
I haven't advertised the position. I haven't gone out recruiting. It may be someone from Chelmsford. It may be someone from Lowell. It may be someone from whoever the most qualified
Probably
person
will.
is.
I'm sure. In that particular same budget, when you got Director of Cool, the woman that's the Director of Cool, and we have 45,999. You may not know this, but I'm asking the Assistant City Manager, TJ. I thought when Grady Mulligan had this position as the Director of Cool, that we appropriated $20,000 for him, and he got the other $20,000 through fundraising efforts. Do you remember that, TJ? Because I don't remember Grady and us appropriating almost 46,000 for him.
Counselor, I think the question's properly directed to the city manager. I mean,
Well, the city manager wasn't here when we did other budgets.
It is my understanding that did occur at the time, but I believe it's been a decision of the city council for the last 2 years to fund that at the salary that you see there.
I don't recall, but anyways. Then I see salary and wages temporary, 2,500. What would that purpose of that line item be there for?
Filling in for when the clerical staff is out.
Filling in with who? Someone temporary from the street or from another department somewhere?
Probably from the street.
From the street. We'd take someone, no, I'm serious, Mr. Manager. If we have salary and wages temporary, and I know that sometimes other departments come in and fill in for you, why are we paying them again?
It would be, in all seriousness, it would be people that we would bring in from outside on special projects or filling in when there aren't other people available from other departments.
And where would we be
I believe
getting-
that's been a constant within that budget for the last several years.
Wow.
In fact, I believe it was 5,000 last year. I was trying to make some cuts there, and I
Well,
reduced
usually
that.
it was someone from the mayor's office that would come over.
But you
and-
wouldn't pay that person. If it's coming over from another department, you wouldn't pay anyone.
No, we wouldn't.
This would be someone that you would bring on a temporary basis if there were people out for an extended period of time, if you needed special projects done. Again, I've reduced it from the $5,000 that was in the budget that you approved last June.
I'm going after salary and wages temporary, but I may leave that one in there for you. But I'll be watching it very closely.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. This is kind of amazing. It seems that we're more interested in who's filling a position than what the position is for, and what the potential benefit is to the taxpayers. On page 103 is, I think, the page Councilor Rita Mercy is referring to, where the swap out is made from your office, Mr. Manager. So I understand what the questions, the purpose of the questions, but it's in here. We hired you to come in and manage the city professionally. And you've brought us from $6.7 million deficit, and in the last 10 months alone, picked up $250,000 in the parking revenue, added another $200,000 in the tow contracts, saved us $250,000 in energy savings, saved us another $300,000 in health insurance, and adjusted the fees an estimated increase in revenue of $1.5 million. Yet, we're going to tell you we don't think it's a good idea to hire someone for $82,000 that's going to add more efficiency. I saw the presentation. I understand the transfers. I understand the swap out. There's no creation of 3 new positions. You're simply putting together your team to implement your strategy and your plan. And I think you at least deserve the support to try that. And if it doesn't work, it's your problem. But everything that's come in so far has done nothing but benefit the taxpayers. I think we ought to have less concern, and I don't know if it's appropriate actually to talk about who's going to be hired and from where. I think there's certainly union issues, and I can ask the city solicitor, but I think that's also stepping over the line in terms of addressing who you should be hiring in what positions. But I think there should be less concern about who's hired and more concern about what the job title is and what the benefit to the city is. So I'm not going to support this motion. Thank you.
Councilor Donahue?
Thank you. Let me get this straight. The changes that you're proposing in your office, Mr. Manager, result in a net savings of $11,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So $11,000 less than the current budget year. Now, people can either support the restructuring or not. That's entirely within, budgetary function in looking at positions. But my understanding in the 12 years is that it's a violation of Plan E and our charter for us to tell you or even suggest who you should hire. It isn't even, when you read the law on this, it isn't even a question of if any city councilor tells you you have to hire so-and-so for a position, that's a violation of the law. But even if you suggest you should hire someone, that's a violation of the law. And I don't think anyone's intending to do that, but you know what? We have a function, a role to play here in the budget, and that is approve positions or not, for whatever the reasons are. But it seems to me conditioning on who gets jobs and who you hire or intimating if you hire so-and-so is overland. And I don't know if that's what's intended, but that's kind of what I'm hearing. So I'm not going to support them. Look, you've presented us a plan to restructure your office. It's not costing us more money. It's costing us less money. And so I'm not going to support the motion.
Thank you. Councilor Ramirez, did you have?
I'm all set, thank you.
Councilor Armin Mercia?
Yes, if I understand the motion that Bud Caulfield put forward, it's the $82,000 a year new position as listed here as new, and also the the executive assistant to 42. Now, Mr. Manager, you're saying to us that $42,000 one is a transfer from the Public Works Department to your office, money-wise?
There's a money transfer over. It's not a position. It's not a person. There's a money transfer over. As I move...
What is the status of that $42,000 where it's presently at?
That is currently vacant.
Okay. So what you're saying is that the $42,000 you want to move from there to your office is a wash.
That's correct.
However, the $82,000 isn't.
It is when you consider that Mr. McCarthy will go to Public Works, and when Mr. Walsh retires, he'll assume that position.
Now, the $82,000 position would require an ordinance change.
Yes, it will.
Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay.
If I kept it as an assistant city manager.
Okay. Is there a way, Councilor Caulfield, that we can separate your motion to deal with the $82,000 separate from the 42, if the 42 is already in the budget?
Councilor Rita Mercier brought up an important issue. We've had an executive secretary in the manager's office for years being moved to DPW, at Public Works rather, and the question was posed, why can't Eddie Walsh's secretary continue and leave that executive secretary there? That's not my decision. That's the manager's decision. I'm bringing this forward because we are asked to approve the manager's budget. And that's why I'm bringing this
Okay.
forward. Now, there's two, if I was not concerned, there's two new positions.
Okay.
Now, I presented the motion. If it fails, that's fine, let's move on.
Okay.
But I'm just bringing it forward that it's two positions we don't need, and very expensive positions.
There are other parts of this budget, however, how are we going to deal with that? We're going to break this up? Like, I have a question on the sick leave incentives. Do we deal
Well-
with that after this motion, or?
This motion is
for
specific
those-
to
okay, all
positions.
right.
I mean, it doesn't result in approval of the bottom line yet.
Okay, all right. Then we'll
Okay.
have an opportunity to check to the other stuff.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. I've sat back and listened, interestingly, because this topic seems to have caught a lot of interest in the last while, and I'm glad to hear from the manager that there are no new positions. There's a change in, there's no new money, is what we should be saying. There are new changes, there are new positions, there are new responsibilities. There is no new money. That's what I need to hear, and I think that's what the people need to hear, because there's so many gyrations going on with this particular issue. We are dangerously close, or we have violated 107 by telling the manager who he should be hiring, what he should be doing. We probably have violated collective bargaining agreements on who can backfill and who can cover for what jobs. and
Counsel, are you
it's
indicating that
Excuse me, I
I'm
had the
saying
floor,
that?
Councilor Caulfield. I didn't say anything about you, but I do have the floor. Thank you. But what I do know is that it's 1 for 1. Unless somebody wants to correct me. In fact, it's even a reduction in savings. And if Councilor Caulfield's motion passes, TJ's out of a job. Because he's going over to DPW and Mr. Walsh is retiring. So if you eliminate this job, either TJ goes over or there is no position. Correct me if I'm wrong, or somebody tell me that I'm wrong. Because there are no new positions. There are change in responsibilities. We can frame it whatever way we want. I see there's a reduction of $114,000 in this line item. And then below it, there's another reduction, even a greater amount, from 712, need my glasses, from 712 to 647, 518. From FY07 to FY08. That's a drop as far as I know. So I'm not going to support getting rid of the position, because then he won't have a job. He won't have a job, and God knows we need him. So we either let the manager manage, or we're violating 107 and telling the manager how to manage the city, which we shouldn't. We can input on what positions should be funded or not funded, but when we start telling people who has to be hired, we're breaking the law, and we need to know that. So I'm not going to support the motion. It makes no sense. We just got through a discussion saying we can't lose any more bodies, and we want to get rid of another individual who I think is pretty valuable and will do a fine job. Someone has to do his job, because I happen to think that he is doing, when he's working pretty hard. Someone has to backfill his responsibilities, and we need that person. So I'm not going to support the motion. It makes absolutely no sense.
Okay. So the motion is to reduce the manager's budget bottom line by $124,138 by
Right.
eliminating the $82,000 position and the $42,138,000 position. Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
No.
Councilor Elliott?
No.
Mayor Martin?
No.
Councilor Arman Mercia?
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo?
No.
Councilor Ramirez?
No.
Councilor Broderick?
No.
Motion fails, 3
Okay.
yeas, 6 nays.
3 yeas, 6 nays. The motion fails. That brings us to other items in the city manager's budget. Councilor Donahue?
Well, do we have to approve? I'd move approval as proposed. Do we have to do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Or-
motion to approve is proposed by
Yes.
Councilor Donahue, second by Councilor Ramirez. Councilor Arman Mercia.
Yeah, I just have a question on the sick leave incentive. That was $50,000 last year, and now it's going to 75,000. Can we have a little bit of an explanation of what?
Sure, that's a contractual obligation. That's one of those areas that I indicated in my presentation that we're using more realistic cost
Okay.
numbers. I don't have that right in front of me, but this is an area that we have exceeded this year. It's a contractual obligation that we have with our employees that if they don't use a certain amount of sick time, then they receive a payment.
And that applies to the buyback sick leave also, that went from
Yes,
50 to
it does.
75? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Caulfield?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, I just want to clarify this. Is our Chief Financial Officer receiving a pay raise?
No, he's not.
Okay, thank you. I see it in the budget that it's gone from 105 to 110, but,
That's a request.
okay.
But that's, if you look in the budget under the
Okay,
finance, it's
fine.
not.
Okay, any further discussion on this portion of the budget? The motion on the floor is to approve the bottom line figure, 647,518. Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Counselor Arman Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo?
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas, the budget is approved, 647,518. The next item under the city manager's portion of the budget is the Disability Commission, Personal Services, $1,500 total.
Move approval.
Motion approved by Councilor Donahue, second by Councilor Caulfield. Any discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Counselor Arman Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo?
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas, the budget is approved. The next item, city manager, Lowell School System. In this portion of the budget, I believe this portion deals only with the lease of the Bon Marché building primarily. However, there are a number of people here I know interested in the school department budget, and I think it's fair that we consider the entire school department budget at this time. Is there any objection to doing that? Councilor Caulfield?
Mr. Manager, I believe the school budget is $136 million and so forth. I have not received a school department budget. I don't think my colleagues have either. Can anyone tell me why? No? Normally, we get a school budget from the superintendent or somebody from the school department. I haven't received one, so I don't know what's in there for textbooks. I don't know what's in there for transportation.
I believe the school administration is here tonight to respond to any of your questions regarding that.
But normally, we have a budget, Mr. Manager, from the school department. I don't have nothing in front of me.
All right, folks are here. I think we should open the hearing for people that want to speak on the school department budget as a whole, people from, and the council can decide to take whatever action it wants to take, but people have taken time to come this evening. I think we should hear from members of the public that want to speak on the school department budget as a whole. You want to come forward and just identify your name and address, please.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Gilsenberg. I reside at 30 Monadnock Avenue. I'm a past chair of the Citywide Parent Council. I just want to say I really appreciate this transparent budget process we've had. I've been down here a few years in a row, and I find it really refreshing, and I certainly don't want to make your job any more difficult, but I feel like I need to put in a word for the schools because especially after the anti-teacher, anti-education rhetoric that we heard earlier. And I don't know where that person has been, but I've been down here every year for the past 4 years, and I've seen the level funding, the budget cuts, and I think the only way anyone could think there's any fat on the school budget is because the school department and the school committee have done a heroic job in minimizing the effects of the cuts on the school children. But that's not what I really came down to say. Okay, so last year, many of us from Lowell joined with other community activists and members of Stand for Children to urge our legislators to make education a priority. As I heard the stories of budget cuts, school closing, student fees for sports and busing that our neighboring towns were and still are facing, I felt some trepidation, some fear that the surrounding towns would turn against the cities like Lowell, who receive so much state aid to run their school systems. But that didn't happen. The good people of Chelmsford, Westford, Tingsboro, and Tewksbury did not call for more funding for their schools at the expense of Lowell's schools. They looked to the state to do more for all school districts, including Lowell. And at this point, I have to respectfully disagree with Councilor Elliott that we need to just hand over Chapter 70 money to Lowell taxpayers. It's not just Lowell taxpayers we're talking about. This money comes from the state and from all state taxpayers. But back to my point that the surrounding communities supported Lowell, and because they get it. They get what happened in 1992, what we call ed reform, that whether a child lives in Lowell or Acton, they should have the same shot at a quality education, that education is our great equalizer, and the kind of education you get should be equal across all communities. It's different in a city. Our students face many more obstacles, our families many challenges that are unknown to suburban families. In Lowell, we can't raise fees to save programs or positions without marginalizing much of our student population. But that doesn't mean cities should get a free ride. It is not acting in the spirit of ed reform to gut the funding that the state legislators have approved for our schools, because they have made education a priority in their budget, and we should do the same in ours. If we don't, we're sending a message to the towns around us, our state delegation, our own citizens, and to the young families who might otherwise move to Lowell and send their children to the public schools, that we don't consider education a priority. I refer to an article in the Boston Globe magazine several months ago about Lowell's hot real estate market. The reporter added that those with young children might consider instead buying a house in Drake-it and avoid Lowell's troubled schools. Many of us whose children have been in the Lowell public schools, and I moved here when my son was 3 and he's graduating from Lowell High next week, many of us would dispute this conclusion. But if these years of cuts, belt tightening, level funding, and basically looking to Chapter 70 money to fund other priorities, I don't think we'll be able to continue to make that case. I just want to add that I'm happy that the city has approved the rebuilding of the Morey School, and I'm sure people will point out that that is an example of Lowell making education a priority. And to some extent that's true, but it's also an example of the state again, making education a priority. The 90% funding is hard to turn down, and as in 92, we would be foolish to have done so. Another point is that the Morey School has not had any repairs for years because it's been on the list to be rebuilt. So we either have to rebuild it or close it. So while buildings are necessary and important, it's what goes on in them that I am asking to be a priority tonight. Thank you.
Others from the public wishing to speak on the school department budget?
Hello, my name's Kristen Garcia. I reside at 106 Chestnut Street. I'm here to ensure that all children in Lowell receive the proper education needed to have a fair chance in society. We need to make our children's education top priority. Our schools need all the funding they can get. The budget is already modest, and our children need more and more resources to make sure they receive a good education. As a product of the Lowell public school system, I'm proof that a good education is needed to be successful. I graduated from Greater Lowell Technical High School and attended the University of Massachusetts Lowell as a university scholar. I graduated from UMass Lowell in 2004 with my bachelor's degree in business. I am also a Stand for Children member, but above all, I am a proud parent of a kindergartner at the Lincoln School here in Lowell. My son benefits greatly from music and arts. It's a way to express his creativity and individuality. Making drastic cuts in the budget will hinder our future's ability to express themselves freely. This is why I'm asking that the City Council approve a budget that includes the same contribution to the public school budget for the fiscal year 2008 budget as it did for the past year's 2007 budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Others from the public wishing to speak on the school department budget?
Thank you. John Leahy, 87 Glenwood Street, Lowell. I come here today to ask you to appropriate the committee's original request of $136.8 million. Over the weekend, everyone received a letter from the school department asking you to consider to fully fund the request of the school committee. I hope everybody had a chance to take a look at that. First, the funding that we seek equals the city's FY07 appropriation for the school department, plus the school committee's share of the new FY 208 Chapter 70 funds secured for the public schools by the Lowell delegation. Even without this cut, the city will not be able to meet its obligation to fund the schools at 100% net school funding requirement. Every year, we have certain obligations that we must fund and pay for 100%. We have our gas, our electric, our insurance, our salaries, and I think education should be on this list also. The children of Lowell need to be a priority for all of us. For someday, they will be here in this chamber, and they will be here in this chamber leading our great city as we are today. In a few months, we will have an election for a new member of Congress. Higher education is on everyone's list of top priorities. Well, without a solid base, these children don't have a chance, and they have less of a chance for higher education if we cannot provide them the solid base that they need now. Second, I'd like to say that cutting the $1.6 million from the school budget will cause severe hardship. Among these choices that will have to be considered are eliminating paraprofessional positions. Over the past years, we've worked hard, especially when former committee man Michael Gallagher was on board with us. This was a top priority for him. What a better way to make a classroom smaller than to have 2 people in the classroom. We obviously can't double our classroom sizes, but we can double the people in the classroom and make learning that much more effective for these students. We may drastically reduce our efforts to replace computers. Our computers right now fail to meet the state standards. Just this week, my 3 children at the Riley School had a walkathon, which we raised money for computers for the school. Another point would be that the cut in allocations, a cut that would have to be made might be for paper and other supplies by up to 30%. Another point would be we may have to reduce or eliminate art, music, or technology classes at some or all of our middle schools. For 5 years, we've had deep cuts in federal, state, and local levels, which leave these areas very thin. Tonight, we ask the cities. The city will support the MRT and fund them with $50,000, which is great. We need that. But I ask you, how does it look when a community funds the arts yet can't afford to have them in their schools? We all know that the budget decisions are hard. Given the escalating needs and the growing requirements for safety and academic achievement in our schools, the Lowell School Committee has already made tough decisions to get our budget request down to the current level. We need your help today to fund our schools at an adequate level so that we can give the children of Lowell a solid foundation for learning, a solid foundation in mathematics, and a solid foundation so that one day they can help come back and lead this great city of Lowell. Thank you, and I respectfully ask that you take a good hard look at the budget. Tonight we had a lot of, earlier we fought to save 11 positions on the city side, and we're asking you not to make us cut $1.6 million out of the school budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public wishing to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Leanne Squelia, and I reside at 15 O'Hare Way. I was born and raised in Lowell by working class parents who were also born and raised in Lowell. As an adult, I have chosen not only to live here and work here, but to be active where I see the opportunity for change. I'd like to thank you for allowing me these few minutes to speak with you tonight about an issue that is very near and dear to everyone in this room, though unfortunately not necessarily for the same reasons. As you already know, Lowell has a rich history which I remember learning about with great pride as a student of Lowell Public Schools. I come to you tonight as a member of Stand for Children and as a concerned citizen of this melting pot, the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, home of the famous Mill Girls, site of the first coeducational public high school in this country, and I'd like to remind you that the list of distinguished alumni is not a short one. On almost every corner, history has been made right here in our own backyard. Since its founding, generations of families have laid down roots in Lowell, working hard to make ends meet and struggling to ensure that the lives of their children are a bit better than their own. It's not a new story, but in the face of possible budget cuts, I feel that it deserves to be revisited as you prepare to finalize the city's budget, which will ultimately affect our entire community for years to come. It would be absolutely impossible to deny the direct correlation between educational attainment and socioeconomic status. With the exception of some of Lowell's elementary school students who at the present time are not able to study science due to previous budget cuts, it would be like trying to convince others that the sky is not blue or that the sun, in fact, rotates around the earth. Educated people make more money. They live longer and they stimulate the economy with conspicuous consumption of material goods that their well-paying jobs allow them to buy. They also tend to stay in their communities, honoring their roots and starting families of their own, which they hope will live just that much better than they did. They open storefronts, they run our banks, and they keep real estate developers in business by buying pricey lofts in the historic boot mills. Similarly, uneducated people also tend to stay in their communities, and although few of us would admit to what we actually say about that problem behind closed doors, we know the effect low educational attainment has on a community. We can predict with great certainty the effect it will have on Lowell. Avoiding budget cuts is in everyone's best interest. Recognizing that the present budget is grossly inadequate due to Lowell's inability to properly supplement Chapter 70 funding, to keep the current budget intact is to show the citizens of Lowell your willingness to invest in our students and your willingness to invest in our city. Further cutting the budget means fewer teachers, fewer educated citizens, and fewer distinguished alumni. Even worse, it guarantees future generations of uneducated citizens who will ultimately lack the means and the insight to further themselves and this community in ways that you and I take for granted. I wouldn't want your responsibility because, quite frankly, I'm no good with figures. That's why I and thousands of people like me vote for those we believe do have our best interests at heart. It's why we vote for you. I remember learning about the importance of voting in the 5th grade. Mrs. Pinder at the Malloy School introduced the concept of democracy to my class, and she taught us that people in other countries actually go to war for the right to vote. The impact of that lesson stayed with me, and on my 18th birthday, I walked from the new building of Lowell High School over to this one, and I claimed my right to vote. I have never missed an election, not local, not national, not even for the president of student government. And although some may call me foolish, I absolutely do believe that one vote cast in the right direction can make a difference for an entire community. Imagine what all of yours could do. Thank you.
Just a quick word. My name is Reverend Peter Lovett. I'm the pastor at Christ Church United up next to Saints Memorial Hospital. And I've also been asked on behalf of some of the leadership of Stand for Children, who might want to be seated, that I could share a few words about my involvement in this issue. About 2 months ago, we met with the state representatives and senators at the library to talk about this issue of public education here in Lowell. There were probably 50 or more people from Stand for Children who were present, but of the legislators, there were probably 5 or 6 or more, including State Senator Pangiotakis. And the one point that they made to us was, it is so imperative that you show up at City Hall and make your voice heard, not just this spring, but in years to come. And I think that's why you see such a positive turnout tonight. In that vein, I feel it's a little bit disingenuous that we can celebrate the efforts of our legislators in Boston and yet turn our backs to the small increase in funding that is actually level funding of 07 that was put forward by the school committee. So in concert with a number of people here, and certainly in honor and support of the hard work that you all have engaged in tonight, we give you thanks for this airing, and we would ask just very simply that you do what is right and restore the $1.6 million level fund in 08, the Lowell School Committee's budget request. Thank you.
Thank you. Others wishing to be heard on the school department budget?
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and members of the City Council. My name is Jackie Doherty. I live at 77 Tyler Park in Lowell. I realized as I began to prepare my comments for tonight's meeting that this is the 4th year in a row that I've stood before this council asking for fair funding and the city's support for its schools. This realization underscores the fact that the City of Lowell has consistently not met its obligation to support the education of its youngest citizens. But you don't have to take my word for it. I refer to this document from the Mass Department of Revenue, Financial Management Review, dated April 2007 and entitled City of Lowell Financial Management Review. I assume that you saw this document. The document reads in part, and I quote, "In December 2006, the city received correspondence from the Mass Commissioner of Education that Lowell had not met its FY 2006 spending requirement, thus failing to comply with the Education Reform Act of 1993. An estimated $2.47 million in carryover amount was added to the city's FY 2007 spending requirement. This resulted in an FY 2007 shortfall of over $2.96 million, or 2.1%, and marked the 11th consecutive year that the city failed to budget its net school spending requirement," end quote. That means, since 1996, for 11 straight years, the city has not met its spending requirement for the schools, with the FY 2000 shortfall of nearly $3 million. And yet, I stand here tonight because the city manager's budget proposes to cut $1.6 million from the schools, representing nearly an 8% reduction in the city's $21 million contribution. The school budget before the city tonight, and I'm sorry that councils didn't get hard copies of it. I was not aware of that. I know it's been on the website, and we've been going over it for weeks. But anyway, the school budget before the city tonight represents a reasoned effort to live within our means, an effort we have been sustaining since the drastic cuts of 2003. And for those who seem to have forgotten, it wasn't that long ago, only 4 years ago, in 2003, the city cut $10 million from the school budget, requiring a reduction of more than 100 school positions and representing a loss of 12% of the school staff. The following year, we were level funded to the same $12.7 million, and there were additional positions that were cut. Those positions have not been restored to this day. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I consider every employee of the city, whether it's a school teacher or a custodian who works at City Hall, or one of the people who do a great job in our Parks and Recreation Department, they are all Lowell employees. Just to say tonight you have not seen layoffs to this extent is false. It's not true. It was only in 2003. Anyway, I digress, sorry. The school department and its elected board do not live in a vacuum. We are members of this community, and we know our city has struggled financially for years to provide adequate service to its constituents, which is why this year's budget was based on the same funding commitment from the city as last year, a commitment that, according to the DOE, does not even meet the state's requirements for the city's fair share contribution. The school department continues to look for efficiencies, as we have been doing for the last 5 years. Over the last few years, in transportation alone, we've been able to save nearly $500,000 while transporting the same number of children. In addition, our principals have been running their schools with the same per-pupil allotment for supplies as 2003, and many of our computers are more than 5 years old. The current school budget is based on 25 trade-off positions, 17 eliminations at the middle school level alone, as a way to use attrition to prioritize staffing needs. The schools are using data to better meet student needs, and that requires staffing and programming support. The extra state money this year, after covering our fixed cost increases, health insurance alone is up nearly $2 million, will enable the school to continue to invest in proven successful software programs to help struggling readers, as well as expand staffing at some of our alternative schools and programs for special needs students. The cuts proposed by the city manager are not a little bit, and in fact represent 8% of the city's contribution. Those cuts, if required, will negatively impact the quality of education our children receive and seriously hamper the district's continued progress in key areas. Regarding tax increases, and the chart we saw earlier in the manager's presentation, the last 5 years on that chart, the lines appear to be going up, and they are going up, especially since the chart began in 2002, when 2003 and 2004 were the lowest years for the city's contribution to its schools in recent, like beyond 15 years ago, as far as the numbers I could find. 2003 and 2004, the city contributed $12.7 million to its schools. So there's no place to go but up if you start in 2002. So even though the taxes have gone up over the last 5 years, and I believe the number was 6%, if I remember from the city council meeting from a week ago, still today, the city contributes $4.5 million less to its schools than it did in 1992, 15 years ago. So those tax revenues have not been going to the schools. In closing, the school department is working to better meet the needs of its students in a tight fiscal climate. And from my perspective, the school battle is one I have willingly taken on each year, even before running for school committee, because the education of our children is key to our city's future success. It must be a priority with this council as well, and I respectfully ask you to fund the school budget as it was submitted. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jim Leary. I live at 449 Parker Street in the Highlands section of Lowell. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight, and I appreciate the challenges that each and every one of you are going through. I'm not going to speak very long. I'm just going to address you real quickly as also a business person in the city, as I know many of you here are business folks. One of the charts, the last chart I think the city manager put up, really demonstrated how important it is to locate new business within the city. And I would suggest, and I think the city manager would concur with me, that there's really three major focal priority areas. That first area is obviously safety, and that's police. And I commend you on doing an excellent job, city manager, and I commend the council for hopefully backing up the city police provision. The second issue is housing stock, and we have a beautiful city with great neighborhoods for all levels of income, move up from a lower income up to a higher income. There's a place for you in the city of Lowell. But the third area, as a business person, are your schools. Businesses will not relocate to the city of Lowell if the schools aren't superior. Now, not to quote, I think it was an article in the Boston Globe, which I think is an inaccurate comment. They illustrated that folks have a real poor perception of what goes on in the city. I think this cut at $1.6 million will greatly devastate where we're going in the future. I understand, and I'm not going to live in a Pollyanna world here, and I'm cognizant that there's going to be a cut. But I implore you not to make a $1.6 million cut. That will result in layoffs. And I'm pretty fiscally conservative. I can work and rearrange things and reorganize a lot of different things in a department. But $1.6 million, with all great respect, we can't do that. Again, I'm not going to be long. I really appreciate you taking the time and listening to all of us today, and I wish you luck with your deliberations. Thank you.
Good evening to you all. My name is Connie Martin. I live at 17 Summit Street. I have the rare pleasure of joining my colleagues from the Lowell School Committee in addressing you this evening. I think as we look at our schools and we look at the changes that we've all witnessed in the Lowell Public Schools, for myself, I look at the demands that are placed on this school department. I look at when we kind of consider what the responsibilities are that our school district takes on every day, that our teachers take on, that our administration takes on. We are absolutely held accountable today in ways that never could have been conceived of 10, 15, 20 years ago. And I say, as a member of the school committee, and I know my colleagues, we discuss it quite often, we welcome that. We welcome accountability. We want to be able to have our feet held to the fire, that we need to justify every dollar that we spend. We need to be able to show real results for the dollars that we spend on education in this city. And it is our absolute covenant with the populace here in the city of Lowell that our responsibility is certainly to the children in our classrooms, certainly to the families who send their children to those classrooms, but over and above that, it is to our community and to every member of our community here in the city of Lowell. The responsibilities for the schools are shared. It is not simply a school committee. It is not simply a public official responsibility. Every member of our community shares responsibility for the success that we see. And the monies that we spend in the schools are the most dramatic example of investing in our own self-interest, investing in our own future. As we look at some of the truly exciting things that are happening in our city, whether it's nanotechnology, whether it's other developments that are happening throughout this area, they are all based on a knowledge-based economy. We recognize that as the way of our community. It is the way of the future if we're going to remain successful, if we're going to remain an economically ambitious city here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And I think that the investments we make in our schools are absolutely critical to that future. In a very selfish way, I think that the monies we spend on our schools come back to us many, many-fold in the future success that we're really trying to build across this city. Again, I would like to just take a moment to thank all of the counselors. I know that this is just the beginning of the process for you, so I've made my promise to myself to be brief, but just to add my voice to those who have come before me, that investing in the schools, the budget that we have put before you, truly does allow us to keep our heads above water, to be able to make some small investments in the future of our school department, and I hope that you will take great time and great pains to consider that investment as we move forward. I thank you all.
Okay. Other members of the public wishing to be heard on the school department budget? Okay. Hearing none, what's the wish of the council here? Councilor Caulfield?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This council this evening has voted to bond over $20 million for a new Morris School. Over the past 20 years, they voted to build $250 million worth of schools. And the city does not get $1 of credit for net spending on that debt service. Is that so, Mr. Manager? Right. The school department budget has increased over last year $4,880,000. That's all, Mr. Manager?
Yes.
I just have a few questions for either Jay Lang or the superintendent of schools.
It's actually, Councilor, just for correction, it's 3.2.
3.2?
Right.
Right. I have a few questions for Jay. Jay, welcome. It seems we go through this every year. 83% of the budget is personnel. We know that. Out of the $136 million that you are requesting, that leaves you 17% of that budget for supplies, for energy costs, and for rental of buildings, classrooms. I just ask you just one question. What is in the budget of the $136 million for textbooks this year?
Approximately 435,000.
How much?
435,000.
Which is about a half of 1%.
Correct.
That's my complaint. What are the children getting out of the $136 million?
Well, I think without going through the entire...
Well, I don't have a budget in front of me, and I don't know why I don't have a budget. I don't know why my colleagues don't have a budget. We should have a budget. $136 million you're asking us to approve. Why don't we have a budget?
I can't explain that, Counselor. You don't have a budget. It was due to a miscommunication between our office and the manager's office on who historically in the past has put budgets out to the council. I'll take the responsibility for that. The budget has been posted online for the last few weeks. It has been available to the public. I'd be happy to send over copies of the budget to everyone tomorrow. It's a public document. We've been going through the document for over a month, so it has been publicly acknowledged, and it's in the public.
I just, school committee woman Jackie Doherty made a comment that the school committee has saved or cut $500,000 out of the transportation budget. It was on this council floor by a motion presented by me to the mayor to have the school committee take a long, hard look at the efficiency of the school transportation budget. That's where you save $500,000. This council initiated that.
Well, I think to the credit of the school committee as well,
Well,
Council.
I know how hard the transportation director worked on that issue, but at least it was put into motion from this council floor. That's all I have to say.
Councilor Rita Mercier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think at this time, since we're discussing school issues, I would like to publicly disclose the fact on the advice of council to dispel any appearance of a conflict of interest that my daughter works for the school department in the cafeteria at Lowell High School, and I don't think that anything that I have to say would be derogatory in that regard, but I don't think it's a conflict, but I think I owe it to the public to disclose that.
Counselor, I think when you make the disclosure, that entitles you to vote on the bottom line budget. I believe you're correct about that. I think we have some other members with the same issue.
Correct.
Councilor Milanazzo.
I did file with the city clerk under Mass General Law, Chapter 268A, Section 23, disclosure that my wife is a school teacher in the Lowell Public Schools.
Councilor Ramirez, do you have the same? Okay. Councilor Rita Mercier.
So having said that, I just want to know through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, I'm sorry that you're chewing. Maybe if I could make the question last a little bit longer, you might be able to swallow that.
You can make it shorter.
But I'm just concerned about the 1.6 million. Did you add it into the budget and give us the 2.5% increase to the taxpayer, or you did not include that? Is that 2.5% increase in our taxes, despite the fact that 1.6 million for the schools is not included in that? Where are we with that? In other words, if we add the 1.6 million, would we then need to increase taxes even further?
Yes, you would.
Yes, we would. And having said that, can I just tell you that I got a computer printout of the whole financial system with the Cheryl Wright, our city auditor. And having said that, I'm looking at line items like school contracted personnel or whatever, $20,000, and as of today, there's no encumbrances, and the $20,000 is still available. School programs, projects, $1,200, still nothing has been taken out. School field trips, $9,000. We still have a month left, so maybe they may take the $9,000 out of that. I don't know. We have tuition reimbursement, $198,860, but encumbrance, $108,000. But we still have $90,000 left in that line item. Miscellaneous other services, $10,500. Nothing was ever spent. Computer equipment, software, there's about $24,000 left in it. Now, Councilor Caulfield is concerned about books. The original appropriation is $67,000, revised budget $67,000, year expended to date $19,000, and you're encumbering something like $2,365. So what you have available, minus the encumbrance, is $43,000 left with books. And I hear that, there's not enough money for books, and yet it's not really spent. So when you add what I see in front of me for just this page alone, we have $173,000 here. Now, I don't know where that's going. You're welcome to look at it. But I don't know, this is only one page that I could see in the shot.
I'd be happy just to give you a couple of examples, if
Sure,
that would be
tell
helpful.
me.
The line item that you're looking at for the $67,000 for textbooks.
Right.
That's a subline item within our total textbook account, and we do need to leave monies within that account for summer school purchases. We always purchase our materials now based on how many kids are going to be coming to summer school. For this particular
Then
summer
why wouldn't
coming
it say
up.
encumbrances? Why wouldn't you have appropriated? We got 1 month left
the money's-
to June 30th, and there's no encumbrances there. I would have accounted for that.
Right. Well, the money has been appropriated. It's sitting there. There's no valid open purchase orders against that money. But you asked me what that particular account is for, and that's one example. The other one you had asked about, or you referenced, was the a tuition reimbursement account.
Yes.
And that's an account that's not uncommon. You'd probably only see about half expended because a lot of our teachers take courses either in the fall or at the spring, and we wouldn't be paying out.
I understand, Jay, but doesn't this end June 30th? With the extra money that's here, where does it go back? Into your general fund?
No, it would be spent as of June 30th.
Well, then why doesn't it have an encumbrance? I don't understand why you didn't encumbrance.
That type of an account, if you look this year or you look last year, wouldn't have an encumbrance. I wouldn't put up an encumbrance against that account unless I knew the actual dollar amount that we would be expending.
And you have just a month left, and you're telling me this will be spent and 0% will be there?
Yes.
Well, it's
Well,
cutting it
particularly
close.
that tuition reimbursement account, if you think about it, would make sense. You have teachers that take fall classes, you have teachers that take spring classes. The spring, they're just probably getting their grades now, submitting for their reimbursements. So we would be in the process of doing those reimbursements now for the springtime. So I would expect to see a good chunk of money left in that account to be able to process those spring reimbursements.
Well, I do hope that children can go on at least field trips. We got $9,000. Let's take them somewhere.
Well,
to the zoo somewhere.
I would imagine that a lot of that's going to happen the last 3 weeks of school. And I am not surprised that they have $9,000 left in a field trip account at this point of the year. Those are also, I imagine, I haven't looked at it, but I'm imagining you're looking at a district roll-up of the accounts. So that is $9,000 district-wide for 28 schools that would have $9,000 left in it for a field trip, which, if you think about that, really isn't a summable amount of money.
Well, it was appropriated $9,000. It's not like it was $90,000 and we get
But that may have been that it would be a subline. That would have been an appropriation possibly for a particular field trip that isn't going to happen until the end of the school year. That's not uncommon.
Well, that's fine. Yes, thank you.
Councilor Donahue?
Thank you. Let me ask this is a follow-up to what School Committee woman Jackie Doherty was alluding to, because I had the same question about the Department of Revenue financial management letter of April, where it does state, and the reason I bring it up, it's stating that the city has not fully funded our maintenance of effort, net school spending requirements under the law. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the law does allow us to underfund 95% as opposed to the 100%, correct?
That's correct.
But it's like a credit card. It gets charged to the city, correct? I mean, you don't get away with not paying your net school spending.
It rolls over.
Rolls over. But the reason I question it is because I know there were years that we did, pay, or we're told 95%, 96%. But in recent years, for several years, I understood that we were paying 100% of our net school spending. But that's not what the Department of Revenue is saying.
No, it doesn't. We've been disputing some of that with the Department of Revenue with regards to those numbers, particularly of late.
Yeah, because, well, and that's a concern, because...
And clearly, this budget will drop us, in all likelihood, below that 100%.
But what... All right,
For sure.
I'll get to that. But so, and you can't... How much time does the Department of Revenue allow you to carry over this debt?
Year to year.
Indefinitely.
Indefinitely. So you could fund it 95% forever. And
Right. Which obviously isn't our goal.
No, I know.
But you're right.
All right. Well, anyway, as I said, sitting here, and we can only rely on the information given us, but my understanding is in the past several years, or at least for more than a few years, we've been told we're spending 100%. We may even be a little over 100%, and that is clearly not what this report says. This report says for 11 years running, we've underfunded the schools, or we haven't met our obligations under net school spending, and that gives me some concern. So, and I'll certainly await, the administration's version of this, but, we asked the Department of Revenue to come in here and do an audit of all of our financial systems, including this aspect, which is an important aspect of the budget. And so that's an issue that's raised, because these things are formula driven.
Mm-hmm.
We do accept money from the state, whether it's for the Greater Lowell Regional Technical High School. We'll be taking up that item tonight as well, I suppose. And so that's a formula driven. This is how much we're charged to pay, and usually there's little or no debate. That's what we have to contribute, and it's a quick vote. And with regard to the schools with Chapter 70 and the monies that we do receive, again, it's a formula, and so we have some leeway, but not much more than that 5%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and I appreciate the interest in how the school department is budgeting their monies and how they've gotten here. What, and I'll confess, I didn't watch all of the budget debates of the school committee, but in some respects, it's almost irrelevant if you look at the formula obligations. The school committee is charged with using its best efforts to spend the money and that's their job. That's not the city council's job. The city council job is to vote on the bottom line.
Right.
And for the record, let me disclose, I did file a disclosure that I have an immediate family member working in the school department, but I'm advised that I can still talk about this and vote on the bottom line. But anyway, so if we stick to that formula sort of analysis, and granted we want to work together, that brings me to this 1.6 recommendation. What is that based on, the number, Mr. Manager? That you're recommending that the school department
It's based
funded
upon
1.6 million less than they requested.
Yeah, it's based upon whereas other departments in the city have been took cuts, and we didn't make any cuts in the school department budget last year, but recognizing that we wanted to still put towards the school system, it's based upon a 2.5% increase in their total budget, and that's how we came to that number. Obviously, we were hoping to do better in terms of our other revenue, in terms of state aid, and be able to work some of those numbers up more. But that's generally about where it caps out.
So you're saying 2.5%?
Total school budget goes up 2.5%.
All right, but what is our net school spending under your recommendation?
You happen to have that?
Well, Counselor, I know the manager's going to answer, but I believe that's part of the problem, is you never get that number until later.
It's between, it's above the 95, but it is in all likelihood below 100.
Range.
We also are looking at some different areas of the budget in which the city contributes to the school department that would count towards our net school spending that have not yet been counted in the past.
So my point is,
still, it doesn't get to the budgetary issues that the school department is describing as to the money that they need to provide the services.
Right, but my point is that you believe that recommendation is within the range under the law.
Yes, we do.
I have no other questions at this point.
Councilor Broderick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple that were asked by Councilor Donahue. I've never seen or heard of the document that was referred to this evening. But a question I have is, if we consistently are below the 100%, at some point, you said we can carry it forward forever, apparently. At some point, does it affect our Chapter 70 funding?
If you drop below the 95%, it does affect your Chapter 70 funding.
Okay. So as long as we're above that, the Chapter 70 funding is safe?
That's correct.
Okay.
Although, and I want to stress again, I don't think that's a desirable outcome. That I think we should be, working to get at that 100%. And I remember I had conversations with Mr. Lang about this several months ago as we were visiting a number of the schools, that the desire to get it up to that 100%, they're keeping it at that 100% level. But again, that was before many of these budget issues became so clear.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to give the same speech I gave when we had the vote on the school building projects, but I think there's a number of reasons that we need to do the most we can. And obviously, we have the same issues right now that we had 2 hours ago when we were dealing with the unions in terms of money's not there. And it's a difficulty. But I think it comes back to the priorities. And we're looking at, again, the JAM plan. Multi-million dollars in investment, trying to bring in jobs, create jobs, bring residents, families, and to do that we need as strong a school system as we possibly can. I understand. I actually did go online and look at the school budget. I would have preferred to get a hard copy, but I was able to process it a little bit anyway. I had enough trouble with our own, so I didn't get too much time with it. But I mean, I would, by way of a motion, if pending a vote, ask the manager to perhaps talk with superintendent to come up with some type of alternative by way of trying to prioritize and see if we can reach some type of compromise number that won't, as we're being told tonight, decimate the schools on the school side with layoffs, but at the same time is not going to be a huge hit on the city side, because it's a difficult situation. We don't have a whole lot of money. It's my understanding there may be telecommunications money waiting in the wings, but we don't know. Rather than picking a number, and also if we could get a copy of the budget, especially for councilors who don't get it who don't have online access. But I would make that in the form of a motion.
And I'll second that.
So, Councilor, that's a that's a motion to refer this piece also back to the city manager for further review and recommendation, similar to
Correct.
what we did with the positions. Second by Councilor Rita Mercier. Councilor Caulfield.
Thank you. Probably 10 or 15 minutes ago, I asked the manager that very question to see if he could meet with the superintendent and come up with some sort of compromise and see if we can work these out. And Council Broderick brought the motion forward, so it's a good motion and something we can, I think, all work with, and I think it's fair.
Councilor Armin Mercier.
Well, the only question I have is that I think it's a great idea to have it go back to the manager and see if there can be some arrangements or compromise. But based on what I heard tonight from the school side, they want the whole $166,000 restored. I mean, $1.6 million. They want that all restored. So if there is room for compromise, I'd like to hear from that side that that's a possibility. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. I mean, they actually made it clear that $1.6 million is what they want restored. This motion doesn't say that. So if we could hear from the school side that's being represented here, is there a possibility of a compromise without tying the manager's hands on whether or not we can afford it? Somebody who speaks to somebody over there should be able to tell us that. Mr. Mayor, let me, through you, you're the chairman of the school committee.
Yes.
Let me ask you, never mind. Is that possible in your mind?
I think it is.
Fine.
Just so you know, Councilor, I didn't vote for the school department request because I anticipated this very discussion.
Right, okay.
And so, at least in my view, as the chair of the school committee, certainly $1 more, every dollar is going to help. Every dollar is going to help, just like every dollar on this side of the budget would help. So is there a middle ground that many of the folks that spoke here tonight, I don't think, would be satisfied with the middle ground, but I think they would appreciate any efforts that the council could make. And so I think that that motion and that discussion would be well received and certainly go a long way toward, depending on what the ultimate number is, avoiding, severe service level reductions in the school system.
Got a lot of work to do with this budget, Mr. Manager. Piece of cake.
All right. Councilor Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's an excellent motion. I'm going to support it. Are we going to set this aside then, like the clerk's budget, and you'll come back tomorrow? Great.
I think that's the motion. I think that's the motion on the floor. So, Councilor Milanazzo?
Just a quick point of clarification. I don't want to get too far into this because I do enjoy being happily married, actually. The point that I do want to make, though, have we in the past received the school department budget? Because I don't recall us. We have. Okay. Well, that's the answer then. I didn't remember receiving it. Thank you.
You never looked at it, that's what.
Councilor?
I'd just like to ask one more question.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager, you alluded a little while ago, I'm assuming, that there could be an awful lot of contributions that the city has made to the school department that could be used for net school spending that's not allowed right now. Are you pursuing that?
It's not that they're not allowed, that we think that we've discovered some that haven't been charged off the way they could be. And so we'd like to look at those. But it doesn't speak to the issue that I think the school committee is. But so we are looking at those.
Concerned for that for the future, because there's always that statement that we're not meeting our obligations. But when you look at the list of things that we can't use, interest in the bonds of the schools, the contribution we make in terms of maintenance, all of that stuff, I think that adds up to an awful lot of money. And if that could be used, we wouldn't be in that situation of being under.
And those aren't the things we're looking at. We're looking at things that could be used that may not have been in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Elliott, then Councilor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having just got the budget now, I do have some concerns based upon some of the highlights, and we'll get a chance to look at it later. But I am concerned with item number 6. Next year's costs have been based on current year anticipated expenditures and not estimates, which means I'll presume you use this year's numbers and not projecting for next year. Health insurance, electricity.
We use this year's kind of projected actual numbers.
Right.
To then build onto next year, as opposed to this year's budgeted, which sometimes can be different.
So you've taken into consideration any anticipated.
Correct.
I mean, as best guesstimate that anyone can make.
Correct.
Particularly for those areas that we know are going to increase.
Correct. For the health insurance, we've actually just budgeted the increase that was recommended by Cook and Company. So that was just a bottom line increase. For utilities, we used this year's. Actually, they were a little bit higher this year. They came in. The actuals are going to come in higher than budgeted. So we based next year's numbers off this year's projected actuals, so that we're not starting in a deficit for next year.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't read it properly, I understand all the speakers, and I appreciate them coming down and the. Very passionate, and rightfully so. A school system is important. And it's not easy to say, no, we can't fund your budget 100%. I think that we would like to be able to give the schools, just like we would like to be able to give the police. I'd like to put on another 15 or 20 police officers. We just simply can't afford it. I'd like to keep all of the companies, all of the stations open 24 hours a day with full companies. We can't do it. We certainly didn't want to lay off any DPW people. We're going to make some decisions to try to keep them hired. We certainly don't want to see any school people, people working in the school department laid off, but they're decisions that we have to make, and we have to live within our means. I don't think we've shortchanged the schools. I know this is one part of it. It's funding the operation of the schools, and we've heard it time and time again. The other piece is what we do pick up on the other side, and that's the physical construction of the schools and all of the new schools that the taxpayers of this city do fund. And whether it's state money, I respectfully disagree with my friend Margaret Gilsenberg. I understand her point, and there are two sides, but the people of the city do pay the taxes, whether it's state or local, and it's all coming out of one pot, and there's only so much that they can take. Schools, public safety, streets, you know, we're trying to do as much and as best as we can, and there is only so much that we can ask the taxpayers, and it is only reasonable at some point. So it's not personal. We know you have tough decisions. It is a difficult school system, knowing all the issues that the administrators and the teachers have to deal with on a daily basis. So you know, we hear you, and maybe by virtue of this motion, I'll support the motion to send it back to have the manager take a look at it. But you know, we're trying to balance these interests with all the other interests we have, and the interest of the taxpayers at home, who you know, we've heard their call loud and long, and you know, we have to be reasonable with them. So I'll support this. There's still going to be more tough decisions that we have to make, and we'll just keep working through it.
Thank you. Councilor Donahue?
Thank you. I certainly will support the motion. I however, think that, and so the idea is that the manager and the superintendent will discuss this and maybe come back with something else. I mean, if you can read the tea leaves, it seems to me, and I don't know where the votes are or not, I certainly would appreciate more, you know, another effort. Is there some way of splitting this difference so that, and I just offer it by way of a suggestion, so that, you know, a compromise that both sides can live with. I guess I wouldn't say anything further than that, and waiting for something back tomorrow.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion on the floor then? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the motion is approved. The matter will be referred back to the city manager for a report and recommendation at tomorrow evening's hearing. Okay, thank you all for your interest in this hearing tonight.
Mr. Mayor, while we're on that page, can we move to approve the Greater Lowell Regional School budget?
So, yeah, that's on page 100.
Page 100, yes.
Yes.
Page 25. Huh?
Well, I'm at page 100, so
Yeah.
Well,
either
same.
way, yeah.
Same thing.
All right, so
Motion to approve the
within
Greater
the
Lowell.
approve.
school department, motion by Councilor Armin Mercier to approve the Greater
Second.
Lowell Regional Technical High School budget. The bottom line figure on that budget is $5,264,017.
Second.
Second by Councilor Rita Mercier. Any discussion on that motion? Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue? Councilor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Armin Mercier?
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercier?
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo? Councilor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas, that portion of the budget is approved, and that would bring us back to the Lowell school system line item
Mr.
in
Mayor,
the
I'd like
city
to
manager.
disclose a conflict with the Greater Lowell Voc as well, just to get it on record.
Okay.
Just to have it relative
So
to the
noted,
vote.
Counselor.
Thank you.
We're on page 20, the city manager Lowell school system budget. This is for the Bon Marché lease, as well as Medicaid reimbursement, I believe, Mr. Manager.
That is correct.
The bottom line figure is $557,120. It's the wish of the council on this. Motion to approve by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Armin Mercier.
The only guy without a conflict. A second.
Any further discussion?
Just one question,
Councilor
Mr. Mayor,
Caulfield.
just for clarification. City manager, Lowell school system, I've never seen this before in other budgets, I just want some.
Actually, I think it has been there, Councilor. It may somewhere within that. It includes the Medicaid reimbursement money.
Oh, okay, fine.
And,
Thank
right.
you.
Okay. Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo.
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez. Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
8 yeas, 1 absent.
8 yeas, that bottom line figure of $557,120 is approved. The next item under the city manager's department, marketing development, bottom line figure $750,000. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the city manager's department budget? Okay, hearing none, what is the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Councilor Armin Mercia, seconded by Councilor Broderick. Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo.
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez.
Yes.
Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas, that portion of the budget, $750,000 is approved. Next item in the city manager's portion of the budget, page 21, $75,000 for scholarships. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Anyone from the public on this portion of the budget? It's the wish of the council.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Armin Mercier. Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo.
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez.
Yes.
Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas, that portion of the budget is approved. Next item is the city manager's contingency fund, $750,000. The bottom line, anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this piece of the budget? Hearing none. Mr. Manager, is there an adjustment? Or
Mr. Mayor, I would ask that this be held until such time as I come back with a plan for dealing with some of the other requests the City Council has made.
Councilor Caulfield?
Yeah, and I just have one question, Mr. Manager. It's personal services. What would that be for?
That would be the salary contingency that we discussed, that for the collective bargaining settlements that may occur. And that number would have to be reduced to start with by $125,000, reflecting the money that has to go into the Devil's contract subsidy now.
Councilor Broderick?
Do you need that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, motion to delay action on
moved.
this until tomorrow evening. So moved by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Donahue. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? So that we'll delay action on that until the next hearing. Next item, under city manager's portion of the budget, cable access account, bottom line figure $215,600. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Hearing none. What's the wish of the council? Motion to approve by Councilor Caulfield, second by Councilor Broderick. Councilor Elliott, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, can you explain this particular line item? I see you zeroed out the position. What about contracted services? 90,000?
This is the contract that we have with the Lowell telecommunication for coverage of our meetings and for you.
So that's the $90,000 covers
Right, we
just
collect
that?
we collect the revenue in from the from Comcast for the cable contract, and then we appropriate it out to the telemedia.
And what is 15,000 for capital improvements or capital expenses?
Again, we transfer out from that Comcast for necessary equipment for the cameras and related equipment to
Well, you
televise
kind of
the
just
meetings.
hit on my next question. We've been asking for cameras to outfit that mayor's reception room. Where in this, is there somewhere in here? I know we got some astronomical figure of 35,000 to have that room operational.
It's my intention to have to work to have that set up in the upcoming fiscal year, utilizing this money and some other money that we can work through the various departments.
And this is a requirement, is it not? I mean, we have to take a certain percentage out. I'm looking at Mr. Fenton over there. We're required to take a certain percentage of access fees and run the municipal channel,
That's
government
correct.
channel, And we can put X amount of dollars
We have-
into,
Right, we have obligations to do that, yes.
is that right?
That's correct. And just, if I may add, the funds that are shown in this account must be used for cable-related matters, and including, as you indicate, such things as wiring the mayor's reception room. There are some funds that I believe we are holding in the auditor's office that may address the cost of that, but it's all cable-related.
Okay.
So.
I mean, it's not tax money, it's coming from cable, and as Mr. Fenton said, we have to spend it. It's coming from cable fees, we have to spend it specifically on cable fees.
That's correct, and as Mr. Fenton also had indicated, kind of following up on the comment I made about working to get that done this year, we think we've located some money that may be able to be used for that purpose.
Okay,
Again,
thank
it
you.
would be cable-related.
Okay,
revenues.
thank you.
Okay, roll call on the motion to approve the bottom line figure, $215,600.
Counselor Caulfield?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo?
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas, the bottom line figure's approved. Next item in the city manager's department, neighborhood services, bottom line figure $60,211. Counselor Armin Mercia.
Just a question, the 29,267 has been transferred to your office, right?
That's correct.
Has that person who occupied that position also been transferred to your office?
The position has been transferred, and I
Okay.
think,
So why do we carry $1? We want to keep that position open, is that why?
in the event that
Okay.
things
We
didn't...
we don't want to eliminate it, actually.
Not at this particular point in
Okay.
time, but there aren't any funds to
Okay,
pay for that.
all right, thank you.
It's been transferred into the manual.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. So we have a division in neighborhood services with just one person there now?
Correct.
And what if he needs a secretary?
Well, he will. He'll have this within...
He's moved in here.
Is he going,
He's coming upstairs.
he's
into
coming
the-
upstairs in the manager's
Gail.
department?
Correct.
Okay.
The
so that-
reorganization.
Okay, I see. what
It's
you're
really an attempt to prioritize neighborhood services as, not just neighborhood services, constituent services throughout the community.
Okay, so
Motion approved.
motion to approve by Counselor Rodney Elliott, second by Counselor Broderick. Bottom line figure $60,211. Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo?
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez?
Yes.
Broderick?
Yes.
Okay, the next department, I believe, is Finance. Finance General is, bottom line figure, $146,710. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Hearing none, what is the wish of the council? Motion to approve by Councilor Ramirez, second by Councilor Elliott. Any discussion or questions? Councilor Elliott?
Everything seems to be level funded, and in some cases, there's been line items that have been decreased, no new positions, correct, Madam Auditor? Or I guess, both of you. Everything is consistent from last year, no new increases. Okay, thank you.
Okay, further questions? Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield?
Yes.
Counselor Donahue?
Yes.
Counselor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo?
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas, the bottom line figure, $146,710 is approved. Next item under finance is the auditor. Bottom line figure, $488,276. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget?
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager. For the record, my name is Mark Coleman, 58 Oakland Street, Lowell, Mass. Let me just preface by saying that the DOR report that was given at the recent Finance Subcommittee meeting was an excellent one, and I've read as much of it as I could so far, and I highly believe that it is a very excellent report, and I commend the manager, as I do on the whole idea of the very detailed budget. My question on the auditor's part, however, needs to be a little bit more added detail, because the auditor is one of 3 people elected by the city council, the city clerk and the city manager being the other 2. And nothing in this document, the budget document, mentions that part, that the auditor is under the direction, so to speak, if you want to call it, if you want to use the word direction, of the city council.
Right.
And I do have some reservations about it being included in the finance entity that you have established. Maybe it needs to be discussed further, because I don't want to see because I remember when the previous city manager came on board and took the then auditor, made that auditor the chief financial officer. There was at that time a proposal to put the auditor's department and the auditor's position under that manager's office and have the auditor/CFO, and that got shut down by the city council at the time. And so I want to make sure that that is also not the process that's going to happen, because I'd be opposed to it now, as I also believe that it was not a very good idea at the time, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, do you have...
If I could respond, I'm aware that in the past here in the city of Lowell, and I know in other communities, there's been talk about merging, and it has occurred actually, where the auditor or the accountant position in a town has been merged with the chief financial officer position, and I agree that that is not a good idea. But instead, what this is simply to segment the auditor within the, again, the Uniform Municipal Accounting System functional area of finance. But the auditor still is appointed by the city council and reports to the, on the financial affairs to the city council.
Okay.
This does not change that.
All right, I believe that the detail of the budget is also broken out on page 63. 63. Councilor Caulfield?
We're on the auditor's budget?
Yes.
Okay. Just a question, clarification, Mr. Manager. I noticed the auditor is doing a fine job, puts in long hours, but is that a $4,616 raise?
No, it is not.
Or is that ordinance?
The council, when they appointed the auditor, set this salary.
Okay.
And it's simply,
Okay.
which was more than what was budgeted.
That's fine.
But, right.
Councilor Elliott?
I agree. Cheryl, Ms. Wright does put in an inordinate amount of hours, and people at home should know that. Can I just ask one question, Ms. Wright? Data processing, accruals and treasury module, why is that down? I mean, it's a good thing that it's down, but it went from 33,000 to 22,500 to 20,000. What is that for? Data processing special projects? You got a bare bone budget, so I
Right.
just want to know what it's for.
Last year, what they had done to help the Treasury, put some money aside here to help us implement the Treasury Management Module. So there's training to be done in both offices. So I left it here so that I could help support the Treasury.
Oh, okay. So that is different than the line item that was zeroed out for 5,000 for employee from Munis training. Is that right?
Line item 5,000.
I see right underneath it, 5,000 was taken out, but as long as there's support for that module, then
Right.
for both offices. Okay, and it's down, so that's good. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments on this?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Ramirez. Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Elliott?
Yes.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Arman Mercia?
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo.
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez. Yes. Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas. The bottom line figure is $488,276 approved. Next department under finance is purchasing. Bottom line figure $515,825. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Hearing none, what's the wish of the council? Motion approved by Councilor Caulfield, second by Councilor Ramirez. Any discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Caulfield.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo.
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez.
Yes.
Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
9
9 yeas. The bottom line figure of $515,825 is approved.
Did we miss one, Mr. Mayor?
We-
The Community Development Block Grant?
If we're looking on page 63,
I'm on page 22.
I know, but if you're
But
looking at
there's
the...
more detail on page 63.
That's within the auditor's function. It's not separately.
That's right.
That's funded through the
That's
block
part-
grant program.
Oh, it's
That's part of the
funded through
auditor
the block
department.
grant. Oh,
Okay.
because
Okay.
this person works in the auditor's department.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next department is the assessor's department. The bottom line figure of $677,269. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this piece of the budget?
Where's Peter Markham?
Hearing none. Councilor Broderick?
It looks like that's another spot where we lost a position. Should we hold off on that as well?
That one, actually, I think is safe to move forward with. We've eliminated a position, but the position that would have been laid off has moved up to fill another position within that office. So we're simply eliminating the lower level position that was there.
Okay, thank you.
That's become more one of attrition than of layoff.
Councilor Caulfield?
Just one question, Mr. Manager. Under professional services, interim reval, that's gone from 100,000 to 190,000. Is that the cost for the
That's
additional
right.
cost or
That's-
more expensive cost?
This is the triennial revaluation year, so this is where this is the one time every 3 years that your budget jumps up
Okay,
in that category.
I have to ask that question.
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilor Elliott?
Just curious why appraisals jumped from 5 to 10,000. Through to the manager or the assessor.
That's for appraisals for power plants. We've got some expiring pilot contracts, and they may become taxable, they may not become taxable, but the Department of Revenue has recommended that we appraise those.
Did we just do a transfer this year to do those
Yes.
appraisals? And
There are several of them.
there are?
Yes. 3, I believe.
There are 3 of them, and they're each out of business. Approximately $5,000 each. Is that what each appraisal is? Because I thought.
Roughly, perhaps a little bit less, but.
Okay. I apparently we have to do it because the Department of Revenue is recommending. But if we're not able to tax them, I really hate to spend the money to do that.
Well, we will be able to either tax them or and enter into another pilot agreement, but from a negotiating standpoint, we
Unless
need to
we
value
have
them.
a accurate valuation.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Armin Mercia?
That question, is there a layoff also in this one?
No, there was going to be a layoff, but a vacancy occurred
Okay.
after the fact, and we moved the person into that position.
Okay, so that's the one that's a dollar.
That's correct.
Okay.
Move approval?
Roll call on the motion to approve.
Counselor Caulfield.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor Armin Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Counselor Milonazo.
Yes.
Counselor Ramirez.
Yes.
Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas, the bottom line figure's approved. The next item under finance is the Treasurer's Department. Bottom line figure, $850,602. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Anyone from the public to be heard on this portion of the budget? Okay, hearing none. What's the wish of the council?
Question.
Councilor Armin Mercier?
The tax title director, Mr. McKenna, is zeroed out on this one. Does that mean he's gone into the law office?
Yes.
Okay, so he just moved over.
As is the paralegal that worked with him.
Okay.
Councilor Rita Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have salary and wages temporary, 43,500. Couldn't that have put a position back? Like, what are we doing with temporary people in the treasurer's office?
That's a fairly standard number, I believe, that's been put in there in the past. It's used really for peak times. It isn't, fortunately or unfortunately, it's not where taxes come in every single day at the same pace or any other bills. Depends on when the billing goes out that we may need to bring in temporary help to handle the initial influx of bills.
Temporary help through contractual obligations in that respect, or are we asking someone from another department to come in and help?
Well, we've certainly done that in the past, or this most recent year we've hired people to come in. We have a temporary worker that's just on for a short period of time.
So that's essential that we keep that there?
Yes, it is. If we're to continue to keep up to date on our collections.
Right, sure. I'm trying with it.
Move approval?
Motion to approve by Councilor Broderick, seconded by Councilor Elliott. Councilor Elliott.
Just a quick question. Professional services, 70,000. What is that for, Mr. Manager? Because I see underneath it, bond counsel, banking services. Excuse me. But I'm curious what the professional services is on that line for 70,000.
Page 66.
Printing.
No, the printing and binding is 5,000. The postage is 225,000.
225.
Further, okay, further questions? Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield?
Yes.
Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Elliott? Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Arman Mercia?
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo?
Yes.
Councilor Ramirez? Yes. Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas. The bottom line figure, $850,602 is approved. Next item under finance is human relations. Bottom line figure, $192,498. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Okay. Hearing none, what's the wish of the council? Motion to approve by Councilor Caulfield, second by Councilor Broderick. Councilor Rita Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under salary and wages, temporary, they have $9,400, and I know that it isn't that much, but if you look at the computer printout sheet that I got from Cheryl Wright, they had appropriated $13,000. They had an adjustment of $1,000. The revised budget for that line item was $12,000. They expended $7,000. They have $4,520 left. Is this Kathy Tierney's department?
Which is why we decreased it down to the 9,400 as opposed to leaving it at the 12,000.
Do you intend to be spending any more of that? Because there's no encumbrance there.
Plan to expend additional funds on that. We do have a part-time clerk that works 14 hours a week. She's primarily dedicated to the health insurance for the teachers, for the retired teachers primarily as well. And then we subsequently charge that figure off through the maintenance of effort at the end of the year.
So this was decreased anyways, right?
That's correct.
Because 13 was too much. All right, then, thank you. If I can get a reasonable explanation, then that's fine. That's all right.
Okay, I believe there's a motion on the floor to approve. Any further question or discussion? Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield? Yes. Councilor Donahue?
Yes.
Councilor Elliott? Mayor Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Arman Mercia?
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia?
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo?
Yes.
Councilor Ramirez? Yes. Councilor Broderick?
Yes.
9 yeas.
9 yeas. The bottom line figure, $192,498 is approved. Next item under finance is the MIS department. Bottom line figure, $1,412,796. Counselor Caulfield?
Just one question. Professional services, that has increased by $40,000. It was $18,000, then it's gone to $59,000. Is there a reason for that?
There was a, I think the notes at the bottom of your page 68 here indicate that items from other account lines were consolidated here to properly reflect professional service engagements for various projects. So if you look within the overall FY07 budget, you'll see other areas that were higher that have now been reduced back. For instance, repair and maintenance of equipment went from 120 down to 77. They're professional
So just
services.
additional services that we have to pay?
It's more just putting them in the right line as opposed to.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Counselor Broderick, second by Counselor Milonazo. Counselor Rita Mercier?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Moran. Moran, I see a salary and wages temporary for $10,000, but I look at what you've had last year, which was $10,000. You've only used $228 out of that. You have almost the $9,772. And I know that your explanation is that you have interim interns to augment the staff.
Yes, ma'am.
So what does that mean?
We this year, as all years and as all department heads do, we obviously do our best to minimize the expenses. And in this specific case, we specifically scheduled a couple of interns to do some work, and at the last minute canceled the project. So we haven't used the money, have no intentions of using the money this fiscal year, but next fiscal year would like to get some work done that we work with the universities and with Middlesex Community College on, usually with interns or with some students, sometimes work-study students.
So you think you're going to use it this time in the budget?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Counselor Elliott?
Is his mic on? Is your mic on, Counselor? I can barely hear you.
My mic is on.
Great.
I just went in earlier to... Hello?
Sorry. As the manager was explaining earlier, in looking at setting up the broadcast studio and doing some of the camera work and whatnot, there are a couple of other areas where some funds have been found that are really earmarked towards that, specifically when you're looking at things like the cable franchise. So I had initially put money in on this area until we found these funds, and then it was moved out of here. Yes, sir. Licenses are... Leasing equipment and software are primarily new purchases of items, and they're not mostly software, they're mostly equipment. But the line item for software licensing and support is specific to all the software that the city uses. The big ticket item is really Munis, but we, through the manager and through the law department, maintain a 3-year contract with Munis. We're the only municipality in the Commonwealth that they provide a multi-year contract on that caps increases so that we can forecast our increases several years out. Yes, sir. The 18,000 professional services, well, several of the line items, as the manager was explaining, were kind of re-leveled as things were moved around into the appropriate slots. Some items were funded in just other line items previously, and in conversations with the CFO, we discussed whether we should move some things over into the appropriate line items where they really should be kept. And so professional services items that had been under perhaps under repair and maintenance of equipment, for some obscure reason, they had just kind of been there over the years, was moved down. The employee training is a combination of means. One of the things we really rely heavily on is the internal intranet, which has a lot of computer-based training. We've invested in some online training, which allow the employees to go online either to learn about Excel or Outlook or Word, etc. We also do the same for a lot of the Munis product that's been pulled down online. Then we also bring in trainers as needed or send folks out to classes as needed. Earlier you had asked the auditor about the Munis training, for example, being removed, and that's one of the places where we certainly augment that to help out any department within the city that requires training.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? So there is a motion on the floor to approve the bottom line figure, $1,412,796. Roll call.
Yes.
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 9 yeas, the department budget is approved. Next, under legal, there are two sub-departments. First is the law department. Bottom line figure, $1,016,840. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget?
Mayor Martin, members of the council, Mr. Manager. Again, for the record, my name is Mark Coleman, 58 Oakland Street. I'd like to refer you to page 74 of your budget. And under legal, if you notice in the first small paragraph, there's a notation. And in regards to the License Commission and the Executive Secretary, who oversees the License Commission and the commissioners. And I have a problem with it being proposed that if it stays with, under the law department, they'd be moved up to the 3rd floor. It has worked very well where it has for the last 10, 20 years on the 1st floor. It is a one-person operation in that License Commission. He deals with the businesses of all types on every single day. It's a full-time job. And he works with the License Commission members. I think it would be a bad idea to remove that office from the 1st floor up to the 3rd floor. And I'm not so sure that the title of Executive Secretary really not justifies, but really explains what he does. I mean, he's almost like an administrator for the License Commission. And I really believe that it should stay where it is. I know that the DNS and the CFO are switching. I have no problems with that, but I do have a problem with seeing the License Commission being moved from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. To me, that is not being business friendly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Anybody else? Councilor Armin Mercia?
I have a couple of questions. The Assistant City Solicitor of Council is listed here as salary and wages temporary in the organizational chart. Is that where it picks up the $69,000 below? There are 3 S and WT of council. Right. So the reduction from the 82 to 69, or rather the 70, is because of Mr. Costello retiring, which is not going to be? Okay. The only other question I would have is, I think I know the answer to that, but I got to ask it. We have professional services here for $90,000. So this is not $90,000 budget for outside counsel? Okay, it comes out of that. The other question I have is, apparently, are we still going to have a public safety officer for 111F? Okay, we're not eliminating that position. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on this item?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Milonazo. Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott. Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Arman Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia. $236,182. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget?
Move for approval.
Hearing none, motion to approve by Councilor Caulfield, second by Councilor Broderick. Any discussion on this, Councilor Milonazo?
Have we taken into account the fact that we're going to be having the congressional race in this budget? Do we have to have any additional dollars in here for that? Or how does that work?
We are light in this particular office.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
The question had to do with the fact that we're having the congressional race here, and obviously we're having a September 4th election. Do we have monies in the budget to deal with that?
We do have some. We will get some reimbursement from the state, approximately $29,000 from the state. But we are going to be a little bit in the red because of it.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions on this department?
Approval.
Just one question. That's a good issue, Councilor. Mr. Manager, if there's not money there, you'll have to take it out of a contingency fund, or we have to support, yeah.
We have certain requirements of when the polls are open, the staffing that we need to have in place. We will make sure that all of that is done, yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Elliott?
Right, there's a calculation. There's a calculation that they make in terms of how much assistance they provide to communities, but they're not paying for the whole thing.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Councilor Caulfield.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue. Councilor Elliott. Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Arman Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo.
Yes.
Councilor Ramirez. Councilor Broderick.
Yes.
9 yeas. The bottom line figure of $236,182 for the election department is approved. Brings us to planning development. The first department within planning and development group is the planning board. Bottom line figure $50,832. Anybody here from the public wishing to be heard on this portion of the budget? Hearing none. What's the wish of the council? Motion to approve by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Elliott. Any discussion? Councilor Rita Mercia.
Would the planning board members come under that?
Yes.
Well, there's an associate planner that's vacant, and it's still $45,000. Are we planning on filling that, Mr. Manager?
Yes, we are. That's to provide support to the planning board. It's the only position dedicated to the planning board specifically.
And the person that was there before?
Moved into Department of Planning and Development and filled a slot there that became
And
vacant.
filled a slot there, okay.
Steve Crane's position was
Oh, I see,
limited. It was vacant.
All right, that's good. No
Roll-
further questions.
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Caulfield.
Yes.
Councilor Donahue.
Yes.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Arman Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Rita Mercia.
Yes.
Councilor Milonazo.
Yes.
Councilor Ramirez. Councilor Broderick.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Okay, the next item in this group is the Division of Planning and Development. Bottom line figure, $1,506,615. What is, I'm sorry, anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager. On page 35 of the budget book, under the planning, it says Historic Board Administrative Assistant position eliminated by layoff. Yet, if you look at page 77 of the more detailed budget, that title is actually Historic Board Assistant Administrator. That is the title of the position. And that was the title of the position that was advertised on May 27th of this year, of 2005. And the person that does it has a lot of responsibilities. It's on a full page of responsibilities to help the administrator on historic preservation. Now that you have created 10 more historic districts that have committees, she's assigned to go to most of those committees that the administrator cannot make it. So I'm hoping that this is one of the items that will be postponed until tomorrow, because it is very crucial to that office, in my opinion, and to historic preservation overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Broderick?
That's a great idea. I was going to move to hold this one because we have two positions that were laid off.
That's right.
Is it 2 or 1?
Yeah, Roberta.
Okay.
There's another one.
Motion to delay action until tomorrow evening by Councilor Broderick, second by Councilor Rita Mercier. Any discussion on that motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We will delay further action on that department until tomorrow evening.
Can I just ask a question?
Councilor Armin Mercier?
That is also part of the 11.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not adding here. Okay.
Okay, the next item is police.
Police?
Bottom line figure of $21,551,335. Anybody from the public wishing to be heard on this item? Okay. Hearing none, what is the wish of the council? Councilor Coffey.
I just have a question. Is it true that there were 6 police officers going from Lowell to Boston? Is any truth to that?
There's not yet, but
Not
there's, the paper